There are two very important things that have actually resonated with me. One of them is the dynamic infrastructural changes that I've seen over the last 15 years was quite astonishing. And from my perspective, healthcare also has grown significantly over that period.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon, our online participants. Welcome back. It's exactly 4 minutes after midday, and it's time for our first panel of the day. Our first panel is titled Legal and Policy Frameworks on Human Trafficking, What is Working? We have had very fruitful deliberations since morning, and we have finally, I think, understood what human trafficking is. At least everyone present can attest to what human trafficking is. Key to this definition are three aspects that have come out. One is understanding the act. What does it entail? This is the actual trafficking itself. You know, the recruitment, transporting from one place to another, the harboring, name it. The next is the means. What is used to actually perpetuate that? Thank you. So the means then goes to things like use of force, coercion, amongst others. And finally, what is the purpose? Without doubt, we can all say it's always exploitation, okay? So all the previous speakers have attested that human trafficking is more than the slavery. It's very vile, it's heinous, but somehow they have all stated that it is still with us today. So why? Do we actually have laws present? So to divulge into the panel today, our first discussant is Miss Peggy Ayesiga. As I invite my participants, I'll ask that once I am done with the introduction, we give them a round of applause as they take their seats. So Miss Peggy Ayesiga is an advocate of the High Court of Uganda. I am proudly associated with her. She is an advocate at the High Court of Uganda and all subordinate courts, and a member of the East African Bar Association, as well as the American Bar Association. She works with the Office of the Prime Minister, where she serves as a senior protection officer, and at the same time, she coordinates the National Coordination Mechanism of Uganda, where she sits as an officer at the Secretariat. Ms. Peggy Ayesiga, you're welcome. She will be taking us through understanding the legal and policy frameworks on human trafficking at the global, regional, and national levels for forced migrants and vulnerable persons. Next, we shall have Mr. Innocent Ndahire. I could speak the whole day about Mr. Innocent. As he walks up to his seat, kindly listen to the following. Once again, he is an advocate of the High Court of Uganda and all subordinate courts thereunder, a member of the American Bar Association, the East African Law Association, and he told me recently that he's aiming to go even higher than that. Mr. Innocent was previously with the Office of the Prime Minister, and that's how our paths crossed, but he is currently with the Intergovernmental Authority on Development, where he works as a coordinator and an advisor to the Ugandan government. He is a seasoned human rights lawyer and has represented the country in an array of events. He provides technical support to all agencies working with forced migrants in Uganda, not only Uganda, but the entire East African region, the IGAD region, and the world over. Mr. Innocent, we're happy to have you. He will be taking us through what are the policies sufficient, what more can be done. And then third to this very exciting panel is someone I look up to, a mentor, and definitely a public figure. With over 30 years experience in public service, allow us welcome Mr. Or like he likes to be called, Commissioner Chateka Mondo. He is from the Ministry of Labor, gender, and social development. He is a key factor in the social sector, ensuring that there is social protection, focusing on especially child protection and youth empowerment, strategic policy development, and ensuring participation of youth and children in the national development of Uganda. Mr. Chateka, you're welcome. As Peggy and Innocent get comfortable in their seats, their topics are basically to do with the law. The previous speaker said we have the law in Uganda. So the question we shall throw at both of you is this law actually working? If there is a law in place, then how come we are seeing an increment in human trafficking instances? Is it that in the past, people were not following the law? Is it because technology is on the rise now, so we are having an increased number of incidences? We can't wait to hear from you. And as Mr. Chateka takes his seat and the next speaker, the question I want to throw to you is, Uganda as a country, all speakers have attested to, is the leading refugee host country in Uganda at an estimate of 1.5 million refugees. When we look at Uganda's demographic as well, we are coupled with very many youthful people and children. Statistics say it's at 80%. I know there's a statistics could be more or less. So this inevitably puts Uganda at a very fertile place. One, for being a host, but for also being very poor in nature. We're all aware of this. But this means that in regards to human trafficking, Uganda could be a transit place, it could be a source, but it could also be a destination. When we talk about labor externalization, we all know that we really, really can't stop adults from moving to other countries if they want to go seek, for labor and all that. But we're all very aware that with those demographies in place, Uganda is a fertile ground. So what should we do right? What are we doing wrong? To talk about the challenges associated with the labor exporting companies, what oversight measures need to be put in place, allow me welcome Mr. Hannington Damulira from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs to come and take his seat on the panel. Mr. Hannington is a policy analyst working with the government of Uganda. He is dedicated to improving and advancing evidence-based policy. He has provided high-level strategic advice and advocacy in the public and private sectors. Mr. Hannington, you're welcome. The day manager told me we have about an hour to go through this, and we are 4. So I am suggesting we each have 15 minutes, and give or take, we shall be added some more time. So without wasting any more time, allow me hand over a microphone. Do we have just one? Perfect. To Ms. Peggy Ayesiga to take us through the first presentation. Our online participants, we hope you can hear us loud and clear. We're ready for you, Peggy.
Thank you. Shall I stand or should I stay seated?
You could sit.
Ah, great, since it's a panel discussion. Good morning, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm very happy to be here, and I want to thank Refugee Law Project for, taking the initiative to have a discussion on such important matters. The previous migration conference talked about climate change and forced mobility, and now we're talking about trafficking in persons. So I like that you pick the subjects that are very, very important to what is happening in the country. Like Patience mentioned, we are a host to about 1.5 million refugees and asylum seekers. Most of them are women and children. Right now, those who have been granted refugee status or are awaiting status determination are fleeing countries that are undergoing either civil strife or some form of conflict. And so what that means, who are fleeing conflict come for safety, but because of the nature of their flight and the reasons for flight, they're even more vulnerable than nationals. And so the efforts to combat trafficking in persons using the law needs to be, a little more contextualized. And so I'm going to try and talk about the law as applied to people who are to prevention of trafficking in persons for refugees. And I think that the best thing about our law right now is that refugees, refugee children, refugee women, refugee men are entitled to the same protection that nationals are in the face of our law. So I think that that's the first step to try and level the playing field in as regards to prevention of trafficking in persons is concerned. Derek gave a brief overview of the national and international legislation on the prevention of trafficking in persons, but let me just summarily say that we do have a Prevention of Trafficking in Persons Act. It came into force in 2009. And of course, its pillar is in the Constitution of the Republic of Uganda. The Prevention of Trafficking in Persons Act is very important because it in details provides the meaning of exploitation. And patients asked, what are the challenges? Why are we not seeing the numbers of either prosecutions or victims identified? And I would like to say that one, do we know the meaning of exploitation? Because it can take one or more forms of the following. The Prevention of Trafficking in Persons Act criminalizes exploitation in the form of forced marriage, in the form of child marriage, in the form of forced labor, in the form of harmful child labor, in the use of children in armed conflict. And now we will have a discussion on Uganda being used as a recruitment center for children to be used in conflict. The use of person in illegal activities, and this goes beyond just carrying of drugs, drug mules, the use of children in human sacrifice, removal of organs or body parts for the sale or purposes of witchcraft or harmful rituals or practices. So exploitation is all of that. Do our law enforcement know that? Do our civil society organizations know that? And I think that that knowledge may be very helpful in bridging the gap between what the law is and how it's applied. Ladies and gentlemen, of course, Uganda is also a signatory to the United Nations Protocol to prevent, suppress, and punish trafficking in persons, especially women and children, commonly known as the Palermo Protocol. And we have so many other regional documents that I will not go through because I think that our colleague from IGAD will do that. What are the gaps? And I would say that despite the fact that we signed the United Nations Convention Against Transnational Crime in September 2003, we didn't ratify 3 supplementary protocols to that convention. And those are the protocol to prevent and suppress and punish trafficking in persons, especially women and children. We did not ratify the protocol against smuggling of migrants by land, sea, and air, because then refugees who are fleeing conflict are then also used, exploited, and then trafficked and become victims of trafficking. How do we deal with the perpetrators? How do we identify them? How do we deal with victim protection? The protocol against the illicit manufacturing of and trafficking in firearms and their parts and components and ammunition. This convention is very important because it has detailed provisions on extradition. Because trafficking is often a transnational crime. So how do we deal with the perpetrators once we get them? If crimes have been started or committed in the neighboring countries, for example. So the UN Convention deals with this. It also has a detailed provision on transfer of assets of sentenced persons, which is really great because we're trying to also ensure that the rule against unjust enrichment is fulfilled. When you get someone who has gotten or benefited as a result of trafficking, what do they do with the proceeds? What does law enforcement do with the proceeds? The UN Convention also talks about mutual legal assistance, joint investigations between different countries, cooperation using special investigative techniques, transfer of criminal proceedings. Can we have trials in Uganda for crimes that have been committed if we have the information in our neighboring countries? International cooperation for purposes of confiscation, either of material that can be used in prosecution or in illicit gain. Yes. So these are all important provisions which are key to the protection of the fundamental rights and the freedom of the people in Uganda and the refugees. But we are yet to fulfill the obligation of states to this convention to criminalize participation in an organized criminal group in their own domestic jurisdiction. So what happens now is that because trafficking happens in rings, when you get people who are operating as a group, does the current law criminalize it? So our current national law does not. And so we need to fulfill that obligation. There's also a gap because we've not yet fulfilled the obligation of states to criminalize participation in an organized criminal group in their own jurisdiction. And so efforts are being made by the government of Uganda with the leadership of the Ministry of Internal Affairs to ratify these protocols, these supplementary protocols. There's currently a meeting ongoing in Entebbe right now to address this. In terms of the policy framework, we have, of course, the Coordination Office for the Prevention of Trafficking in Persons, which Derek represents here. And maybe what I can do is also just go through a few of the interventions that government of Uganda has done after establishing the Trafficking in Persons, the TIP Coordination Office. We established an anti-trafficking unit within the Uganda Police Force in January 2009, and then a family protection unit as well. In 2012, the External Employment Unit of the Ministry of Gender increased its monitoring and oversight over recruitment agencies, and Commissioner is going to tell us more about that. So we also through NERA in 2014 started a national register of all nationals in Uganda, and other. I think this is now where a case could be made for stateless people, because if you're not on the national register and you're within your jurisdiction, and you're not recognized to be a foreigner from any specific country, then what are you? Are you stateless? And I think that the issues of statelessness are also worth addressing by NERA and its other agencies. We also have put in place bilateral labor agreements with a number of countries, and the Ministry of Gender will give us an update on which ones have been expired, which ones have renewed, which ones have been cancelled, and for what reasons. So, ladies and gentlemen, I think what's very clear is that the law, there is a law in place, both national and international law, but both laws have gaps that need to be filled in. But I think also the interpretation and the knowledge of the various nuances that come with trafficking in persons. Unlike other crimes that are where the ingredients are fully listed in the Penal Code Act and are very straightforward, I think that trafficking in persons is very nuanced. And I think we need to get law enforcement in the know of those kind of nuances, and also people who give social protection, such as refugee officers, social protection officers, to get to know how do you identify someone who is a victim of trafficking or who is going to potentially be trafficked, and how do you deal with that? I'm happy to say that we have national referral guidelines, for the prevention of trafficking in persons. And what those guidelines do is that they just sort of help to create a referral mechanism that's uniform. When you're at a border point and you're an immigration officer and you identify a potential victim of trafficking or a victim of trafficking, whom do you refer this to? So yeah, with that being said, I think I will benefit more from the plenary. Allow me to stop here, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you very much, Peggy. I think that was quite insightful. And on behalf of the audience, we must say it's good to know that refugees in Uganda and nationals are all entitled to equal protection before the law. So at least we are sure there is no form of discrimination, no matter what. And where Uganda as a country is holding fast to what the Constitution provides in as regards no discrimination before the law, no matter what. I like when you talk about the meaning of exploitation and said that this is very multifaceted and many things actually happen. And maybe because of, for lack of a better word, our own ignorance, we're not aware that this is actually human trafficking being happening. This takes me back to the online audience. I remember Apollo read a question to the effect that if someone, especially is underage, is forced into a forced marriage, does this constitute human trafficking? I think I would like to hear that from the audience, but from the way you are all vigorously nodding your heads, Peggy, we are doing a good job. People are following and we are learning. So yeah, Peggy, that was really nice. But I also like that you brought out the fact that we do have some very quite serious gaps in the law. But if I divulge into those, I'll actually be going into what Innocent is supposed to be telling us. So at that point, Innocent, the floor is yours. Are the policies sufficient? What more can be done? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Patience, and I'm extremely happy to be back home to Refugee Law Project. Thank you, my learned friend Peggy. Peggy is my successor at Office of the Prime Minister, and I think I've done a good work. So Peggy, that was a very good submission, and I'm very happy I did not disappoint. So when I saw this subject, and I must say, Refugee Law Project, you did well to invite us from the IGAD. You cannot discuss forced migration and human trafficking in abstract of international context, in abstract of cross-border context. These two matters have an element of cross-border. You cannot talk of forced migration or refugees without talking of cross-border issues. They are not usually national issues. Human trafficking as well, much as we have it at a national level, but the more complicated, more sophisticated human trafficking is usually at cross-border. And I think that's partly why actually I moved from now national refugee protection to now regional refugee protection, because I thought with this, I'll probably get the durable solutions I've been fighting, I've been pushing to get in this area of forced migration. Now, human trafficking in the context of forced migration is real. My land sister, no, friend. When you say sister, then we are the bench, we are judges, we are judicial officers. So you're my land friend. She elucidated quite a lot on the legal framework at the national context, and also actually touched quite a good number of legal frameworks at the international context. On whether these suffice, I want to indicate that human trafficking is like development. The term development is something that is progressive, that keeps growing. So human trafficking is one element of, if I can say, development. It keeps evolving, it keeps changing. So to sit and say you've formulated policies, you've formulated laws, legal frameworks in place, and you're done, you're lying to yourself. You must be up to date. You must move with the times. You must move with the trends. Traffickers are always changing. They are changing tactics. They are changing planning. They are changing avenues. They are innovative. I don't know if we should even use innovative. So policy frameworks, legal frameworks must also be evolving to meet the times, to meet the trends. You can never say we've had it. Right now, Uganda is proud to have the 2009 Anti-Trafficking in Persons Act, but I'm very happy to have heard from the deputy chair that we're already thinking of reviewing. It's already overdue because things are changing. Now, where I want to come in very strongly is on the regional approach to this issue. As a country, you've had Peggy talk about a number of legal frameworks we've not assented, not assented, we've not ratified. We cannot do much as a country alone. We have to work with the region. We have to work at international with the international bodies to combat this. Because oftentimes you realize that forced migrants or refugees are coming from different countries to Uganda. And Uganda is the largest refugee hosting country in the whole of Africa, in the whole of the region, but also in the whole of Africa. So this means that most forced migrants destination is Uganda. And traffickers usually want to use those kinds of avenues or good processes or good destinations to also cover up, to achieve their means. So we have to work with the region, firstly, but also with the continent and then globally to combat this. At IGAD, where I'm coming from, I'm very happy to inform you that one first assignment I'm almost accomplishing is to bring together all IGAD member countries, all the 8 IGAD member countries, to have one regional policy framework on refugee protection. The first draft has already been validated by the member states experts. So we're going to be presenting it to the ministers this month for them to endorse. So, and Uganda, I'm happy, is one of the member countries that has actively participated in this process, so that all these 8 countries have a one regional policy framework on refugee protection. That way, we're able to have that harmonized approach. We're able to see that any such incidences, and it covers these risks, these issues of human trafficking in the region, so that the government of Djibouti is able to coordinate with the government of Uganda if they think probably some forced migrants, some refugees, some asylum seekers have ended here as victims of trafficking. We also, as IGAD, we think trafficking in persons thrives where movement of persons is quite hindered. So the more you close people, the more you stop people from moving, the more you have complex kind of legal frameworks that do not allow, people to move freely, then you're giving chances, traffickers, under the pretext of assistance, to take people, or in the pretext of assistance that they're assisting them to move maybe from this country to this country, so that they can be able to probably get whatever they want. So we as IGAD, and I'm glad my brother Kigenya had mentioned it, IGAD also has in place the free movement protocol persons, as well as transhumans, that allows people in the region to move freely. That someone in Ethiopia should be able to move to Uganda freely and be able to get established here and do business. So with this, if Uganda and other members, so far I think we have about 4 member states who have ratified this protocol, and Uganda is yet to ratify. We think this will also be able to help reduce on this. So, of course, this is in addition to the AU protocol on free movement of persons. I think this week I was one of the happiest to hear that so far we have about 4 countries in Africa who have fully opened their borders for Africans to come in and be able to live. So these are some of the efforts, but in all, as long as we put even the best laws, even the best frameworks, I think the most critical bit is the will of our governments. Are the governments willing to really fight this vice? Often this vice has very powerful people behind it, often linked even in government offices. So we must have the will of the governments in terms of putting in place these legal frameworks, policy frameworks, investing, accompanying them with adequate resources, because often these traffickers put in a lot of resources, they put in more time, more than actually us who are responding, who are countering. They are more swift, they are more coordinated, they are more organized than us, the actors who are fighting. So we have to really we have to have the buy-in of the governments, of the policy actors, to see that beyond even this policy framework, we are ready to implement them. We are ready to risk them with resources, because it's not cheap to really enforce these kinds of frameworks. You've heard of the committee under Ministry of Internal Affairs, the task force, but how much are they facilitated? For example, to do the sensitization bits, which are the most important bit in fighting this. You cannot fight trafficking when you're not really empowering the communities, when you're not empowering our people. And then the aspect of social protection of countries. as long as our countries do not prioritize the social protection of our people, whereby our people are empowered, they are supported to be self-reliant, they are supported through different livelihood programs, then we're going to continue having a challenge. That's why you heard that most of the victims now are even paying to go to where these traffickers are. So all these issues of social protection, we must, in addition, if we're to fight this beyond the legal frameworks, we must look at the social protection aspects of the country so that our people are quite empowered, they are able to be self-reliant, and that way we should be able to address this mindset change that you can only succeed, you can only have money, you can only better yourself when you leave your country, when you leave your village and come to Kampala. That mindset change must be done to see that our people can know that they can change their lives, they can be better while they are even in their villages, while they are in the urban areas, without necessarily saying, I must go to the Middle East, I must go somewhere to look for a view. I thank you.
Wow. It's often said that it's hard to talk after a great person has spoken. Innocent, you have really piqued my brain, not just mine, but I'm sure everyone else listening in, both physically and online. I like how you say that human trafficking is like development. It keeps evolving. I remember in law school, we were told that a good law is not a constant one. It's one that keeps developing because they actually teach us that the law is a living entity. Things keep changing. And as you were mentioning that, I remember as we were working on the concept note for this event, we did intensive reading, days in, nights out, and we came up with two very interesting terms. If I asked you today in regards to human trafficking, what is hunting? Well, I'll explain. Hunting is basically when the human trafficker themselves actively pursues an individual or a group of people for exploitation at the end of the day. And then there's another term called fishing. Fishing is when they go ahead, like we would fish ordinarily, to lure victims in. So they'll post false job advertisements, false promises, basically telling you that you're going to get a better life. But we all know that at the end of the day, this will not happen. You're going to be exploited. Innocent, you end it on a high note when you say that unless we get government will, this vice cannot be combated no matter what we do. And then you say that this will best be done if we have social protection for our people. Because let's be realistic. What will it help me to stay in Uganda and die if I could go abroad, for lack of a better word, and earn a living, right? How many of us will choose to stay behind? Given that in Uganda, we are told that our fertility rate, for instance, at by the age of 22, many of us have kids, at least one or two. How are we going to feed those children if we're not going to resort to Mr. Mondo's office and decide to go abroad for in search of greener pastures? So at that point, while I'm still hailing him, I'll invite him to take us on to labor exploitation. Pre and post recruitment procedures. Are the bilateral agreements supporting individuals seeking employment abroad? Are they working? We want to hear from you because every human being, I have been told, is selfish and our most innate desire is to survive. So we're going to survive in Uganda or abroad, Mr. Mondo.
I don't know whether it's my big brother or I'm the big brother, Dr. Ojara, because I have gray hair, he has the bald. So we are going to exchange notes and see who is older. Is it the gray hair or it's the bald? But we shall discuss that. But I thought also, when I was coming here, I had been invited by the Dr. Ojara to be here by 11, to speak by 11. And I thought that I'll be able to join a few service. One of you lost a father, or one of your former colleagues, Mr. Apollo Kazungu, lost his dad. So there is a funeral service somewhere in Ukoto. So I thought I would do a bit of time to go there. But Dr. Jara has made it impossible for me to join there. And that's why I'm partly putting on black, which I had to find in my closet. I don't have so many black clothes. Since I'm dark, I don't put on dark clothes. People will not be able to see me. So I want to ask you, Patience, that before I go to the externalization of labor, I want to just to respond to the provocation from Dr. Pius Ojala, but also the RDC, and also my brother, the keynote speaker. One is the issue of systems. We are talking about the silos. And I think the best way to respond to issues of silos would be working in a more coordinated, networked manner. And I think ISGA is responsible for this, coordinating us to be able to deliver as one government. So the extent which she's doing that, she'll be able to elaborate further. But let me say that President Barack Obama said that Africa does not need strong leaders. Africa needs strong systems and frameworks. And the theme here, the silos of human trafficking in the context of forced migration, I think would do best to respond to it through a coordinated approach. Because if there are so many silos in there, then I think it does us good if we are coordinated in our response to be able to get on top of the problems that we are facing in the area of coordination. Innocent, I don't know how innocent he is, but puts it that things keeps on evolving. And if the traffickers, the hunters, the fishers, as she so puts it, are thinking ahead of us, then it becomes a problem. We have also to be very innovative. We have to think very quickly, but I don't know who is leading again in the area that Dr. Ojara puts to earth, the issue of documentation and research. How much research are we doing into these people to understand their ever-changing characteristics, their tricks, riding on the issue of poverty. And I don't know whether when we are poor, we become stupid and hopeless. And we think that by dealing in trafficking of our children, we shall become richer. How are we hoping people who go to witch doctors make them rich and telling them sacrifice the child and you become rich? How do we respond to some of these things? And actually, some of them go to witch doctors who are poorer than them. Why don't witch doctors make themselves richer before they make others rich? The issue that you talk about, and again, Patience, you are trying to provoke me, the issue when people are trafficking their children, and I'm putting this deliberately because I know that many parents participate in the trafficking of their own children, either knowingly or not, but sometimes they know, but they go in for it. The question is, are these children needed by their own parents? Or don't give me the answer. Oftentimes you'll find that people are producing more than the children they need. So, trafficking of some children, like I have said, the women, they normally mention the women, that our women are so fertile, but it takes two to tango. If the women are fertile, it also means that Dr. Jara and others in that sex, whatever, they are equally very fertile because it takes two to tango. And so what do we do with Ugandan women producing up to 5.4? It's now 5.2, according to the recently released UDHS, 5.2, just a shift from 5.4 to 5.2. But we see that the 56% of unintended pregnancies in this country may be part of why some people can afford to shed off some, it becomes a burden that they have so many children. I mean, if children are produced and they are unintended, then I don't know what happens, but I also know that we have shifted from 25% teenage pregnancy, it's now 24, just a slight decrease by 1 percentage point. So you have so many people who are producing, but they cannot afford to look after their children. I think, Dr. Jara, when I come to you to supervise my PhD thesis, will be, does everybody have a right to produce? Or must everybody produce? And I'm saying that because you find everybody producing. You go to my village, you find somebody of 14, 13 producing. At the end of the day, they can't look after these children. But then they quote the Bible, and I don't know how many reverends are here. They say the Bible says in Genesis, I think 28 or thereabout, go multiply and fill the world. Was God talking to an individual or talking to all of us? So why then do you think it's you, an individual, Susan, to produce all the children to make your husband happy and the clansmen happy? But again, God produced only one child, Jesus Christ. And again, going to my PhD thesis, so must everybody produce? Jesus didn't produce any child. Did he die? There's that song of Did he die? Did I die? And so we move on to what are some of the interventions that have been made by government. There's a bylaw on child protection under KCCA. Somebody talked about street children. We are trying to check the numbers of children that come on the streets of Kampala. And many of them, believe me, you know, many of them are trafficked children. They are trafficked in the streets. So consistent with what Dr. Jara pointed out, making trafficking unattractive. We want, under the bylaw, under KCCA on child protection, to ensure that nobody gives money to children on the streets. If you do, you're fined, you are conniving with the traffickers, so you know the offense better than I do. And I was taken aback when my young brother mentioned that 79% of the cases of people trafficked are children. So it takes me back to, are we producing the children we want, or are we just producing by mistake? Then finally, on that note, before I go to the trafficking, the externalization of labor, the RDSO Cheng, it's unfortunate he has left, but he made some provoking statements, but his friends will tell him. One professor wrote and he said that Uganda is one of the most over-governed states in the world. We have the RDCs, those who are here, they know that they have a DISO, they have a GISO, they have a PISO, they have all these other people. You have the LC5 chairpersons who are here, they know they have a whole cabinet of people at that level. Then you go up to LC1, whole cabinet. You go to LC3, whole cabinet. You go to LC5, the whole cabinet. Then you find the bishops, you find the cultural leaders, you find the religious leaders, you find the traditional leaders. Then you find all these other leaders of the different interest groups, youth leaders, women leaders, people with disability. So where do these things take place? How would we keep in our villages and we don't suspect that somebody is recruiting children for trafficking? With all these different tentacles, RDC, GISO, PISO, RISO, PISO, you know, all these are there. How does this happen? And we don't know. How does it happen that somebody is marrying off an underage in a village X and nobody bothers with the bishops, the reverends, the lay readers at the village level, and their church leaders, church heads, and whatever? All this, you know, it's annoying that all this takes place, and we are looking at them, and I don't want to stop at thinking that some of us are conniving. I don't find another this from my village, so nobody will arrest me. The last one is about what Chigenyi pointed out. The issue of our partnerships. How are we partnering? How are we ensuring that we deliver as one government, we deliver as civil society organizations, all the things to mention but a few. I thought that I respond to some of those very provoking things that have been mentioned, including somebody saying that Uganda is a poor country. I'm not so sure whether Uganda is a poor country, but Uganda may not be a poor country. It may be a poor but very rich country. And now it's up to you to interpret what I'm talking about. Now, going on externalization of labor. To us, at Ministry of Gender, labor externalization is not a panacea. Actually, something that we have taken on unwillingly. And we don't think it's a panacea. We don't think it's the solution to the problem of unemployment in this country. We believe that this country can be able to employ all the people it produces if only the producers also put some, speed limits to the rate at which they are producing. 3% population growth of this country is on the higher side. And the poor are producing more than the Susans and Ojaras of this country for reasons best known to them. And so if there were some speed limiters, limits to the production, then I think we would be able to employ the people we produce. We have therefore embarked on the development of a national employment strategy to ensure that the people we have can be adequately employed within the confines of Uganda. We are reviewing the national employment policy, and we are coming up with a prudent labor market information system, which is being installed. And I promise you, by Christmas, this will be your Christmas gift. So don't ask me for gifts for Christmas. We'll be delivering to you a prudent, functional labor market information system that informs the Dr. Ojaras of this world what to teach the children. People are saying they teach so many, but then very few get the jobs because of something lacking somewhere. Now, going to the issue of the training. We developed a training curriculum. We have a training manual for people who have willingly decided to apply to be externalized. We don't say exportation. We don't export labor. Labor is not a commodity. We externalize labor. And so for people willingly who want to go out of the country, we can't stop them. But we try to smoothen it away to make it, easy for them to migrate. Because labor migration is as old as human existence. So you cannot stop it. People migrate for different reasons. We have so many of you who migrated from your villages to Kampala. Sometimes you don't look at that as, that's internal. When it's internal, it's called what? The learning day. It's still migration. So there are those who migrate within. You ask somebody who came from Kapchora, when you tell him to go back, he can kill you. After seeing a lot of things here, he can't go back. So we start by, after recruiting them, of course, there are adverts, people apply. We have licensed over 320 recruitment agencies. We have 70 firms that prepare the already recruited labor force, train them, orient them. And what do we orient them in? One of them is mindset orientation, psychosocial support. Somebody is coming from maybe he has stepped in Kampala for the first time and is going to board the plane for the first time. They need a lot of psychosocial support to prepare them, first of all, to know Kampala, where they are going to be trained for some days, and then be able to go to Entebbe, where they are going for the first time again, how to go on a plane, and what to expect on the plane, etc., etc. So there are those things that happen during the training. Culture awareness and changes, you know where they are going, the host countries, on issues of religion. Many of these are Muslims. They expect you to dress in a Sharia way and a lot of things, expecting that they are not going to be eating matoke. There is no matoke in Saudi Arabia, for instance. So the food they are going to be eating will be different. The dress code I've talked about, the behavior and language, the weather, and all these things. They need orientation on those issues. Employment contract. Many of them, all of them, must have employment contracts. So they must know what they are going to sign and be ready for that. 4, communication and negotiation skills. To be able to negotiate for increment in their salaries, hours of work, you know, and some other things related. Housekeeping, use of various gadgets. I've said if somebody is coming from deep in Mayuge, even in Kampala, is the first time. So many of the gadgets we use in our homes, they may not be very, you know, peculiar. And so learning how to use the washing machine, gas cooker, the foofers, but also even, and don't laugh at this, even using the toilet that flushes. They need to be oriented to understand how to use the toilets that flushes, how to flush, how to use an air freshener, and all these things. We also take them through personal hygiene, cleaning up, application of a deodorant where needed, issues to do with customer care relations, the way they communicate, issues of respect and dignity, but even in laughing. There are some of us, when we laugh in a very old-fashioned way. We laugh like villagers. So people need to be oriented even on laughing, even on smiling. I'm being very serious on some of these things. You find somebody laughing and distracting everybody around him or her. And so you are not going to be in somebody's house and you laugh like the house is yours. You laugh in a gentle manner. And if you can afford just to smile, just smile. The issues of financial literacy. How do they manage their money? How do they send their money home? Who looks after their accounts if they have to enlist somebody to look after their account? How do they ensure that when they come back, they are not broke or their money has not been chewed and they end up hanging themselves? Issues related to that are very important. Then migration procedures, and then travel plans. All those are important things that we orient them to. On the bilateral agreements, we have right now the bilateral agreement we have is with Saudi Arabia. We are in the process of signing one with Qatar and Jordan. We don't have one with Oman yet, and yet Oman is one of the topmost culprits in terms of trafficking. And many of those who are trafficked, they don't go through the licensed farms. That's the challenge. You know, Ugandans, we like shortcuts. I've seen people, even in my compound, where there are very good paths that you pass here to reach me where I'm seated. They go and step on my grass. And it annoys me, but because they want always shortcuts. So it's important for us to teach people that shortcuts, much as they are short, many times they end up being very, very dangerous. And so we are seeing young people migrating through Rwanda, through Kenya, and they go. And when they find problems where they go, government of Uganda is not doing its job very well. So we are now recruiting attachés, labor attachés. We are starting with Saudi Arabia to ensure that there are 2 labor attachés that will be handling the cases of young people that have been externalized. In the bilateral agreements, we find issues to do with the safety of the migrant workers, consistent with the labor laws and contracts signed. You see, in Uganda, we have so many people who are so desperate, and when they take on jobs, they don't mind whether they have a contract or not. They fear to ask for a contract. But for the externalized labor force, we ensure that a contract is signed. Issues of human rights are also within the bilateral agreements. Issues of enforcement of discipline among our recruiting agencies. We agree with the partners, the host countries, on how to ensure that the rights of the migrant workers are protected. Then issues of salary payments in a time and the right amount, and issues of established reporting mechanisms and hope points in the country, the host country. So all these are directed at people to ensure that they are safe, but also productive. A lot more takes place within these labor agreements, and so we take time to scrutinize the labor agreements before we sign them, because a lot of countries have also intent of exploiting our people. And so when we go slow on some of these labor agreements, it's not that we are slow as government, but it's because we want to be as critical as possible to ensure that when these agreements are signed, we can all be able to respect them. I want to thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Commissioner Mondo. It's been very insightful, right? Online participants, could I get a thumbs up if you also think it's been quite insightful, really, really insightful. I like how Mr. Mondo tells us that shortcuts, the price of shortcuts is key. And these shortcuts are in all different spheres of our lives. So we should always ensure to go the right route if we are to go, the long haul. And then he questions us something that I think should be food for thought for each one of us in regards to documentation and research. Who's doing this? We have always heard of heinous examples of people using children for witchcraft, sexual exploitation, organ transplants, illegal organ transplants, amongst others. But who is keeping account? And what's happening to the survivors, as we like to call them, at the Refugee Law Project, as opposed to victims? But then he also states that there have been a lot of interventions. I like the bylaw by KCCA. We will ensure to have an in-depth of it to understand. And it's really good. And I think it puts us at a fix in life sometimes. If you're seeing a street child, usually they're carrying twins or triplets and they're begging, for 1,000 shillings. And you feel like 1,000 shillings is really quite little to spare to get them food. Are we potential traffickers? Are we aiding traffickers? You see, this is food for thought. He's actually saying we are conniving. So next time, in case you are arrested, also feel free to reach out at the Refugee Law Project. We offer legal aid, but it will depend at that point in time if you actually do qualify for the legal aid. But let's be aware of things like that. And then I like how you end it well. Of course, through what you have said, I'm sure we'll have very many questions from in the plenary. But from my side, I would say yes. Bilateral agreements are actually providing support to persons working abroad. But this could be an opinion piece again. But you bring out very, very useful aspects that I'm sure many of us in the audience had never divulged into on an individual basis. I like to end it by when you say that Africa needs strong systems and frameworks. We are the strong systems and frameworks, because if things are written on paper, but we are not there to enforce them, then they will not work. So that's a take home, at least for today, for each one of us present. And at that point, I would like to invite Mr. Hannington, who is going to look at the challenges and then definitely give us an oversight. What measures need to be put in place? Hannington, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Patience, and the previous speakers. Mine is to talk about the challenges that are associated with these labor externalization companies. But from where we sit, and also after Commissioner Mondo's presentation or submission, I believe the government of Uganda has done its best to make sure that the labor externalization companies are in check and are in line. A little enforcement here and there is needed, but they have been doing quite a good job in helping the people, because like we all admit, people will travel out of this country for very many reasons. But in particular, the labor externalization companies, when we look at them, theirs is to take people to, to those countries that we have been hearing or that we know of, and the ones that we have mentioned, that Commissioner has mentioned about, those that we have bilateral agreements with, and those that we don't, and the efforts that are, the efforts that we are doing to get the other labor externalization company. So I believe that the government of Uganda has done their best. It's best to make sure that the labor externalization companies, their risks are mitigated, to make sure that there's orderly and there's an order and safe migration for the people that are traveling for work. So to skip over to the other issue of the oversight measures that we need. One, and most importantly, when we agree that the measures have been put in place, now we need enforceability, and we need people to do what? To follow up to follow the law and what needs to be done. in the process of being what? In the process of recruiting and, acting as middlemen for these people that require this labor to be exported or externalized. We also need, and Commissioner Mondo hit it on it, that the Ministry of Gender did not take up labor externalization willingly. It happened and they took it up. So for me, I think one of the oversight measures that we need a focal, it could be an agency, or so that we craft their roles and we craft what it is that they have to do and their step-by-step interventions in this process. Do we need a separate agency? But of course, with rationalization, that is a big other topic to discuss. People are going to lose jobs, then we are saying let's create more agencies. So that's a bit sensitive, but we need a focal agency or MDA that will deal with the issue of labor externalization and keeping these companies in check as well. So information, that's another issue that we need to do. Let's give out the information. Who is regularized? Commissioner has told us that there are over 320 companies. So who is regular? Who is supposed to be doing the work? Why? How do we get that information out to the public? That yes, as government of Uganda, this is one of the efforts that we are seeing to it, that the majority of our young population is being employed either within, and if we cannot, the overflow can go to other countries to do what? To work. But as you're doing this, this is what you need to look out for. We may not say company A, B, C, D and give them, the list will be available, but this is what we need to check out for to make sure that this company or these people are regular, or they are the right people that you can use. The bilateral agreements have been discussed. Then again, it goes back to enforceability and implementation. The labor attaches that we have been pushing for. The Ministry of Gender has been, and you see the problem sometimes because of conflicts. The people of foreign affairs, we are saying, okay, this is a mandate for foreign service officers. The experts are saying, but you do not have the expertise. How do we bring our people to help you, do this job? So now that goes back to the issue of partnerships. We need to work together to make sure that our people that we are externalized and are working out of this country, are well off and they are getting their value for money, and their welfare is also catered for and put into account. Then, of course, the issue of transparency mechanisms for those that have grievances. It also goes back to the speciality of labor attaches, and also sometimes the thin staff at the mission may not have enough expertise to actually carry on from the point of the grievance. How do you push to where to? So sometimes a person can, because you offer a simple consular service, someone comes, they are grieved, and for you the most important thing you can do is, okay, you don't know, do they want to go back, or they just need a small problem to be solved and they can stay? Or, so we need to understand those things, and we need to put in place proper mechanisms, of course, trainings as well for the staff that are handling such grievances, to make sure that that these processes are followed and adhered to. We talked about promotion of awareness and educating. That one has been discussed across the panel. Of course, legal reforms and have also been discussed by my colleagues on the panel. Then my last issue we'll go back to collaboration and partnerships. We need to work together. Last year when we are, I think Silver Spring or somewhere, what came out, which I think that even next year now on the 8th conference, Refugee Law Project needs to come and tell us what have we done, which efforts have we made. These were the discussions that were had. These were the way forward. On this way forward, out of 5 things, we have managed to accomplish 1 or 2 or none. Then we understand, now we're going back to discuss things of last time, or we are going to, we're going to move forward. So I think that needs to come out clearly. And of course, that cannot be achieved if we do not have partnerships and if we are not collaborating with each other. And again, we need to be very careful with the issue of labor externalization companies. We have all agreed, and now I'm even getting scared. If we are saying the human traffickers are very organized, they are very innovative, for us, how are we moving? So we need to we need to know the adversary that we are facing, and after we have established the adversary that we are facing, the coordination office, I think, also needs to step up and tell us how are we going to, combat with the different MDAs and their roles. How are we, going to work together to make sure that we are also as organized, in fact, more organized. Yes, more organized than the people that are trafficking. And this is very important, and we need to keep it at the back of our minds while discussing, while formulating policy, and while communicating the different strategies that we need to combat this issue of trafficking. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Hannington. And Hannington brought it to a very good wrap, I must say. He ends by saying organization, organization, organization. How are we organized? If usually they say, if you want to capture a thief, then you use a thief to capture that thief. So we need to use their brains to be able to beat them at their own game, right? And this is a commitment that we can't take on alone as Refugee Law Project, but rather as all the different entities herein. And then he also emphasizes information, information, information. We need to know the information, us as actors, actually all of us as actors, and then the different stakeholders as well. And these different stakeholders definitely include the potential trafficked persons, isn't it? So this includes the marginalized people, the forced migrants, and we are happy to report as Refugee Law Project in this workshop, we have a couple of forced migrants in the room so that we do not just end up discussing these things as very key stakeholders, but also as we, the affected persons ourselves. If you look at our program tomorrow, we'll be looking at experiences from persons who have been trafficked. What is there to learn? What can we do better? How can we support them even better? So with that, allow me give together with everyone in the audience a huge round of applause to our panel, and then we'll open up to the floor for some questions. Thank you. So questions, I know we are running late. It's already 1 o'clock, but allow us taking a few questions, and then we'll be able to break off for lunch. We'll start with the online participants. I have been signaled that we do have a few questions from our online participants, so please. Thank you.
We have some questions from our online participants. I think our panelists will just take note of the emerging questions and respond to some of them. One of the online participants says, how do unresolved border disputes like in Moyo jeopardize the work of forced migration? Human trafficking companies are known by the government. How come there has not been any prosecution? Tamale Mirundi has been sharing information on body part harvesters, but again, there's been no prosecution. The 4 strategies of the Palermo Protocol do not reflect redress for survivors. What can be done? I appreciate the fact that Innocent talked about involvement of traffickers. My concern on how many times we have a sitting to talk and have such talks and solution for the same. I think we need more of these to improve and attack traffickers. Peggy, is Old Kampala now sharing files with Ginger Road? I mean, are data sets for refugees and asylum seekers under OPM care compared with those of nationals under Ministry of Internal Affairs care? The issue with Middle East migrant workers is that the companies confiscate their documents upon arrival in the host country. In addition, deduction of huge fees from migrant workers' future earnings to pay for their travel and recruitment. And Commissioner, with regard to bilateral agreements, I didn't hear a word from you about the infamous kafala sponsorship system that is very much in GCC countries. Some scholars have argued that contemporary kafala system itself is an ultimate expression of labor exploitation. Why isn't this connected to the conversation about trafficking in persons? Those are some of the comments coming from online. We can now hear from physical participants.
I think we will first answer this, then throw it back to the physical before our panelists lose track. So who's going?
Thank you. I would like to start. I think the question was whether Old Kampala is sharing data or files with Ginger Road. And I think what the person who asked that question wanted to know is if there's any form of data sharing between the Office of the Prime Minister, who collect administrative data related to refugees and statistics, whether we share that information with NERA. I'm happy to report I mean, Innocent started this process when he was still at OPM, and we are concluding it. We have finished signing a memorandum of understanding with with NERA to ensure that, one, we start a deduplication process to compare data of individuals in the National Register for nationals and data in the OPM register for refugees. How we shall handle people who are under both, who are found to be both, is something that we're also still discussing, but that's a process that's ongoing.
I think questions were to government. I am now surviving from OPM. So mine was a supplement, and I thank you. And really, these discussions are, I think you can hear, we need them more to speak out against these kinds of vices, and we keep emphasizing, and more especially also sharing probably some of these practices. And I'm happy tomorrow be having victims of or survivors of trafficking, so that we get to know the ever-evolving tactics and practices, so that everyone knows. Thank you.
I think I'll speak to that issue of the border conflict in Moyo. We have a Department, Regional Peace and Security in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Their work is to make sure our borders are well demarcated and well protected. So I think the participants' issue was the conflict vis-a-vis the enforcement of the what? Of the laws on anti-trafficking in persons. So I think right now we have something that was, we had the efforts ongoing, but also we had a challenge with our counterparts in South Sudan. As I speak right now, the efforts have been revived, and the plan to actually, to do the border demarcation, to have the conversations of how we can keep the peace and how people can easily move, because there are people get goods from Moyo, then there's Arua. So how we can more stabilize the region or the border, the discussions are going to start, and I'm hoping that the first discussion will be had before we break off for the Christmas break. And maybe there will be an update on that anytime now. Thank you.
Tamale. Yes, Tamale speaks a lot of things. And my brother here from Ministry of Internal Affairs, I think he's better positioned to, because Ministry of Gender, we don't prosecute, we don't do arrests, but we get information and we pass it on. And so the issue of corroborating the information from Tamale, whether they are mere allegations, whether they are the truth, it comes handy. And the Ministry of Internal Affairs that houses the police, but also Ministry of Justice. And so I know some investigations are taking place. We have also investigated some of the recruitment firms that have connived with some traffickers, and many of them, their licenses have been cancelled. And a lot of things go on without us necessarily going to the papers and advertise what has taken place. But when I mentioned 320 recruitment agencies, at one time we had reached about 350. But a number of attention has been drawn to us for those who contravene the contracts they sign with us. The issue of confiscating passports, this is a thing of the past now. Under our new agreements that we have come up with, in the first instance, even in the past, nobody was allowed to confiscate the passport of a migrant worker, but they were doing it behind the curtains, and reports had not reached us. Now it's illegal for you to take away the passport of a person who has gone for work willingly, because that will be part of the trafficking that we are discussing here. The kafala system, that is under investigation. I don't want to be prejudicial to the proceedings that are going on, but I want to emphasize that I think in whatever we are doing, we can do a lot more through networking. I think it's Zig Ziglar who said that your network is your net worth. So I think at all times we want as government, and we want to plead that we are being guilty in this area, that we are not coordinating the way we ought to coordinate. Sometimes I laugh with colleagues that sometimes it takes civil society to bring us together. And now this took, you know, somebody from outside the government to bring us together. And it happens very often, other than we ourselves as government are coming together and address some of these things. So on that one, we are guilty, and we want to tell you that we are doing everything possible to improve on what we are doing so that we deliver as one government. The whole of government approach to service delivery is what we are pursuing. And even our colleagues who work with us, the UN, they're also saying they want to deliver as one UN. So I think in the future, we are going to see improved coordination, collaboration, networking, building coalitions, and at the end of the day, being able to take action. We want to move from commitment to action. The RDC mentioned we are committed, and our people are tired of hearing that we are committed. They want us to be seen, to be acting. Also moving from lamentations to the book of Acts is what we are pursuing. And we promise you, we shall deliver.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Mondo. He's very comical, and I like how he ends by saying we should move from the book of Lamentations to Acts. So I have been told I have only about 10 more minutes. So let's agree. 4 questions. We'll start with our director, Mr. Pius, then we'll take on our keynote speaker, and then the gentleman, Mr. Benson, and then the lady. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Our panelist, Mondo, you said you want to live as one government. My question is, as different units of the same government, do you have the same understanding of national interest about this labor externalization? I would be interested to hear that. And then on stateless person, this is to Peggy. OPM will refer to stateless person to NERA. NERA refers them back to OPM. So where do they really need to go? At least provisionally. It seems like there's no holding place for stateless person at this point in time. Amanda, I'm back to you again. My understanding about these labor recruiters is that they're supposed to be self-disciplining. How can self-interested, profit-motivated entities be self-disciplined? How do you ensure that? And then how do you audit them? How is the auditing done? Are there new elements that are now being incorporated to audit this in labor companies? What of the grievance mechanism? How is the national grievance mechanism here linked up with the one in the labor receiving countries? And how do you handle those grievances around people who went through non-licensed entities? Thank you. How do you handle grievances associated with Ugandans who have gone abroad, but not through the licensed entities or companies? How is that handled and coordinated?
Thank you very much, the panelists and the Registrar of Projects. I have some questions, strategies, and observations. The first question is, I want to understand whether labor externalization is an economic issue or a criminal issue. Because my belief is sometimes people go there to get a job so that they earn something. That's the first thing I want to understand. The second thing is to get from a Minister of Internal Affairs about data for those who disappeared in Uganda, from Uganda. since the inception of the law in this country, and also the knowledge of Ugandans about the dangers of human trafficking. How far is it, in your own opinion, as government? Because I've been in this government for the last 7 years now, but in some, I've worked both national and at the center and also local governments, but I have not really seen a seriousness of governments, especially means of internal affairs over the issue of human trafficking. Have Ugandans understood the dangers of this human trafficking, or how far in your assessments? The third issue is the issue of my understanding is the human trafficking is a national issue, regional issue, international issue. Maybe the IGAD can clarify, because many of the refugees are coming from outside the country. And the government itself, through the Ministry of Gender, is trying what they can. But how far have you engaged the countries which are having problems all these years to address their internal problems, so that there is no problem in having refugees in another country? The final thing is the conduct of other countries as IGAD, of preventing not having open door policy like Uganda to have refugees in their countries. What discussions are you having in order has to have in uniformity in handling issues of human trafficking and refugees on earth? I submit.
Thank you so much, our dear panelists and the moderator, Patience, and the audience at large. I'm inclined to also respond at the same time, especially to matters pertaining Ministry of Internal Affairs. But first, I'll make a comment. During the submission by my senior commissioner, he mentioned the importance of making sure that perpetrators are financially crippled. Yes, government has gone ahead to also establish the Financial Intelligence Authority, through which investigations are conducted in matters pertaining proceeds of crime. And to that effect also, the different courts are encouraged at the same time to attach any proceeds pertaining to such crime. And most of these proceeds are what is used to restitute the victims in the first place. And the rest is also withdrawn. Much as we have not yet, as a country, established a law on proceeds of crime, it's a work in progress. Secondly, one of the, I think it was online, someone talked about what information Tamale Mirundi has issued and the like. This is my humble response and appeal. One thing for sure is the use of social media is also something that we have to pay attention to. There is so much that is false information out there, but again, we cannot just not pay attention. However, this is what I would say, that anyone that provides information, like Commissioner mentioned, such information is investigated first. You have to authenticate the information before you act. And many a times, some of the people that provide this information maybe are not even willing to come and attest. We've seen or witnessed on social media how some people are put out there as dead, or
undergoing a certain situation, but however, after information coming through, you realize it's actually false. But still, resources are utilized. Investigators are sent out there to investigate such issues. Police is put to task to respond, for instance, and the other authorities. And in the event, sometimes the resources are also misused. Again, about the data. Unfortunately, he stepped out, but we shall inform him. On the 30th of July, during the commemoration of the World Day Against Human Trafficking, in partnership with IOM, government launched the national database for trafficking in persons information, and this database was provided with support of IOM. Like we mentioned earlier on, partnership is everything, because government will not always have resources, and no partner will have enough resources to address the matter. So IOM supported government to develop this database, which was launched, and going forward, a lot of this information is going to be captured centrally from the different parties or partners into the national database, and this will continue to inform policy and direct government on matters pertaining handling human trafficking. Thank you. And lastly, within the partnerships, we are working hand in hand with GIZ, one of the partners, international partners, but also the leading implementer of the Data Migration Management Program. And one of the programs we are conducting is what we call district task forces. We look forward to creating district task forces for anti-human trafficking. And within these district task forces, we shall have, or we have, the leadership of the districts, right from the RDCs, the LC5 chairpersons, down to the community development officers on these leadership task forces. The intention is to also replicate the national task force team down at the local level, because we very well know that resources are not always enough. But once we have the involvement of local governments with similarly the same empowerment from the national task force to the local government, then we shall have a wider coverage of information disaggregation and also awareness raising pertaining to human trafficking. And we also know, and we are aware that the district local governments actually, especially those that host refugee communities, are the ones that grapple with these pressures. So bringing them on board is very vital at all levels of implementation. I thank you.
Who next?
Thank you. I would appreciate all the panelists for the very well presentation. And I would want to have a few kind of comments or a recommendation that probably we would think of having it as an action point, so that the next 8th regional meeting, probably we would see some of what we've done and what has not yet been done and what are probably the gaps. But I would look at one. I would want to ask Mr. Commissioner Mondo on sensitizing both the regional levels, central, all these regional kind of administrative units that we have about, let's say, example, the 320 agencies that are handling on the labor externalization. Are the regions aware about this? Is the community down there? You know, you talked about someone coming from Oyam, you know, coming to be trained on, you know, how to get out of the country, probably on some of those but are the people aware about these agencies, and probably what do they do? Then two, I would also want to request that probably for some transparency in sittings like this, it would also be important to have some of these agencies to be in-house, to have also, we would want to hear from them also, because they need to be part of the stakeholders here. So if we are talking about them helping people to get jobs outside there, and then at the same time, they are not involved in such kind of conferences or meetings, then it would be kind of a little bit hard. We shall be talking about someone to do something, but the person is not here to listen. And then to the issue of KCCA, does it involve only the KCCA, the policy about street children? Like if your phone giving about 100 or 1,000 shilling to these street kids, is it involving only the KCCA? Or I would want to look at the aspect of the regional cities that we have in all this region, because we have this kind of children at all these levels, especially where cities are coming up. In Gulu, you wouldn't want to even see the numbers that are there on street. And they beat people, they terrorize, you know? So this is one kind of what I would want to also hear. And then to Peggy, thank you for the processes of making sure that these data are going to be harmonized, because we've had issues on the aspect of handling issues of statelessness, issues of Ugandans being registered into the system as refugees. And I think at some point, the harmonization processes of the data that probably together with the NIRA ministry, all these departments probably is going to be in position to whip out some of, the unwanted. This is what I would want to say. And then lastly, do the departmental government bodies, the coordination levels on some of these policies, are we cascading this information to all these departments so that we have to move on one page at the same pace in order to provide the aspect of social protection? Because I want to believe that all this comes to social protection. Thank you.
Thank you, panelists and Refugee Law Project, for this wonderful engagement. My name is Grace Mkwaya. I work with Platform for Labor Action. I only have one question for Commissioner Monda. Commissioner, I was wondering whether Uganda or government is doing anything about Ugandans, returning migrants, who are facing issues of mental health. And I needed to know whether anything is being done to understand what's causing it, because it's alarmingly high, and whether that is being addressed. Also, on the same, whether there are any plans, since we are with academician in the room, whether there are any plans to do a cost-benefit analysis of this externalization of labor for Uganda, besides the remittances being reported on, what else is the cost for the country? Thank you.
Thank you so much, Susan. Panelists, are we ready for those questions? Yeah, I think we'll take that round.
Pointed out that 30% of Ugandans have mental disorder. It's not only the returnees, but also general, all of us, for one reason or the other, because of different problems. For the returnees, it's basically because of you people who remain here, and when they send their monies to you, you misuse their money. So they come back here, they have been there for 2 years, they don't see anything. I've worked for 2 years, and all my money has been squandered. So we one of the things we are doing is the issue of shelters. Shelters for these people returning who have nowhere sometimes to go, to rehabilitate them, but also to prepare them for integration. We are going on this slowly. Initially, it was in the hands of the private sector, but the government has now got interested. And there are lots of strategies also for generally addressing mental disorders. Because if somebody tells you that 30% of Ugandans have some mental disorder, you start counting around your place and you say, who of us on the panel must be having a mental disorder? And so it's a big issue. And as you all know, the other day we were celebrating or marking International Day of Mental Health. And so a lot of strategies and means of health are being developed to ensure that we generally, not only those people, but everybody else we need to look at. And of course, the mental disorders are different levels. There are those that are significant. You look at him, he's talking to himself, and you know there's a problem. But there are also those that it is still at a low pitch, but all of them, they have a problem. The ordinances, is it only Kampala State Council Authority? We are encouraging the different local authorities to come up with ordinances. But of course, this is within their, they decide. But we encourage, because of the extent of abuse of children, we have been encouraging all the different local governments to come up with ordinances. I mentioned the Kampala because this is where we are, and this is where a majority of the cases of street children are. But we have other districts like Iganga, I think Busia, they have come up with ordinances, and the ordinances, what they cover, range in different things, but they are all addressing issues of child protection. Human trafficking, is it national, regional? That's for innocent. You will address that. Sensitizing administrative units. Yes, we have tried. We have tried, but you see, Ugandans, we have our problems. When I was growing up, there was only one radio station and one TV station. Right now, there are over 300 radio stations, about 70 TV stations. The RDCs across the country have time for community sensitization, and they do utilize that time, but people choose what to listen to. People switch off their TVs when they see a government official who is going to talk about a government intervention. And I mean, we cannot be in people's bedrooms and sitting rooms, tell them what programs they should choose to listen to. They choose what they want to listen to. And so we still have a challenge, but we continue to see that the different documents that we have can be uploaded from the internet, but also we are trying to use the RDC time, as it's called. It's Prime Minister's Office time, but it was captured and it's now called the RDC time. But it's okay. It can be called NNM. But on the issue of having having agencies to this meeting, I think he was referring to having labor recruitment firms to this meeting. I was saying this is not my meeting, so I wouldn't have invited them. Ask Pius and Susan why they didn't invite the recruitment agencies to be part of this meeting. That one I refuse to answer. It's not mine. To the LC5 Ajumani, you talk about labor externalization. Is it criminal or is it economic? I want to say it's not criminal. People are externalized because they are looking for opportunities. They are looking for opportunities that they cannot find here. They want employment. The growth of our economy in the past about a number of years, growing very rapidly, 6%. Sometimes it has gone up to 7%. But you see what economists have described as jobless economic growth, that we don't have the amount of jobs that the rapidly growing population require. And so people choose to try their talents outside their country. So it's an issue of economics. It's an issue of finding where to get a job that can press food on your table. And so we should not criminalize it. We should support it, but not as a panacea, as I said at the beginning, as an alternative to the many other interventions that we are developing. But I want also to warn you, Mr. LC5 Chair, the principle of collective responsibility enjoins you. You have been in government for 7 years. You can't say you don't understand the government you are serving. Collective responsibility takes you on as part and parcel of this government. The issue from Dr. Pius, where do people who went through the wrong means report? We don't want to legalize an illegality. We discourage people from not using the known procedures or being externalized. We are encouraging them to use the farms, 320 farms. Why do you go behind? But well, if that happens, we handle them as a case-to-case basis. But we want people to change their attitude. To always not think about doing the wrong thing, even when they know the right thing. Pius being a Christian, James 4:17 says, it is a sin for you to know what you ought to do and not do it. Now you are doubting whether I'm a Christian. Go and check and find out whether that's not what James says. Then finally, the issue, again, units of different governments. Do they understand the different concepts the same way? I'll say sometimes no. But we try as much as possible to bring everybody on board. And this is why many times you find different entities retreating to Chankwanzi to understand the different programs of government the same way, to appreciate them the same way. And where there is doubt, to refer to the overarching National Development Plan of government. For now, National Development Plan 3. We are migrating to National Development Plan 4, which is under construction. And so in terms of doubt, somebody should always refer to those, including, of course, the LC5 will tell you that they have their manifesto. The manifesto of the ruling government defines different things that we have to do, and that's the manifesto that we implement as public servants. But let me add very quickly that we are also coming up with a national service scheme. A national service scheme. Initially, it was being developed for the youth. It was baptized the National Youth Service Scheme. But the argument was that even those who are older, they need some touch of what the National Service Scheme does. I don't want to lecture to you about the National Service Scheme because then I might take all your time. But it's a good thing for us to have a National Service Scheme that everybody is conscripted to go to at a certain point in time to understand the ideology of development the same way, to understand the country the same way, to understand the symbols of government the same way, to understand so many things like values, norms, the same way. That's where we want to go. Self-disciplining of the different farms. Yes, we believed in the peer-to-peer, that these people are in a trade. And we told them the repercussions of not doing the right thing. But we don't just leave them alone. Where they don't discipline themselves, then ESO, ISO, and other government agencies come in to audit and discipline these different agencies. And that's why I talked about those that have been disciplined by being disqualified and therefore not being licensed, canceling their licenses to externalize labor. Thank you.
I don't have many like I used to have enough PM. This is good. I have about two from LC5 chairman. What is IGA doing especially in the context of seeing that we have less or no refugees in the region. I want to indicate that IGAD has a whole division of peace and security dedicated to these efforts. The conflicts in the region, I think the most recent being the Republic of Sudan. We have also, I think, the conflict in Federal Democratic Republic of Ethiopia. I think those are then South Sudan. Those are three countries where IGAD is really not sleeping. We're doing a lot to see that peace prevails. We have even peace envoys to these countries dedicated to these efforts. But as you know, these conflicts, the root causes of these conflicts and the actors behind these conflicts, unfortunately, are beyond these countries. And worse still, they are beyond the region. And worst still, they are beyond the continent. So you're dealing with an issue where the actors are multifaceted and are quite, the interests are quite huge. But as a rake, we are trying to see that we keep bringing together the actors to see that we bring peace in the region. And I must indicate that this is one of actually the IGAD's major, bigger mandate, to see that peace is restored in the region. Relatedly is the question on how we can have these other member countries in the region share a leaf, especially on the principle of burden sharing, whereby we can see that they also open their doors like Uganda is doing to have also more refugees maybe seeking asylum in their countries. Of course, the question is, out of the 8 member states, how many are as stable as Uganda? It's also about the choice of these asylum seekers. But I had earlier indicated that under my division, the social development, we've just last month, we've managed to at least put in place an IGAD regional policy framework on refugee protection, which now is bringing all these 8 countries to harmonize their refugee policies. And I'm very happy to indicate that Uganda was actually the country that benchmarked this. Peggy is here. She was in the lead representing the Republic of Uganda. So all these member states appreciate that Uganda's refugee protection policy and legal framework is quite progressive, and it's what we've benchmarked to have now a regional policy framework on refugee protection, where all these member states have committed to open their borders and have these kinds of progressive rights and you know, having inclusive approaches, ensuring that all asylum seekers and refugees in their countries have access to all these rights, and are included in the different national social services. So it's going to be presented to the ministers in Mogadishu mid this month for their endorsement. And after that, we'll now be able to implement it as a region, but also at the national level of all the 8 member states. Lastly, I just wanted to add a little bit on the issue of whether labor externalization is an economic or criminal act. I just want to indicate that we should not look at this in really negative sense. And I think, Commissioner, we need to now talk more about the positives and what this has brought to the country. I think we are concentrating on the negatives, the 1, 2, 3, or 10 challenges, and these often are people who have moved illegally. They have passed through porous borders and gone on their own. And when they get problems, unfortunately, the media picks this and hypes it. I think as a ministry, as a country, we need to look at the positives the country, the citizens have achieved, because I've seen so many positive stories, but I don't know why the negatives sell more than the negative, than the positives. The other day I was seeing someone in, I think, Ethiopia, a mother who was, I think, from one of the countries who had worked there 30 years, and the son, who she managed to pay for all those years, had become a pilot under Ethiopian Airlines. So this thing, the country of Ethiopia, I think, pressed this everywhere about to show the positiveness of how actually labor externalization can have very good attributes. I mean, I'm working with IGAD. I think I'm also under labor externalization. Any other person who is working out of this country, I believe we fall under all these categories. So we should not look at these other jobs in the negatives, but rather let's look at how we can actually, as IGAD, we are also hoping that we can bring all the member states to start having, say, regional negotiations with these countries so that we even look for better things. So IGAD continues to ensure that we have or we harmonize different policies. Most even recently, we had an IGAD policy on youth, where we want to really ensure that interventions about the youth are brought together as a region for purposes of, having bigger programs and having a bigger impact for our citizens as a region beyond even the country. Thank you.
Mine was only one, and I'm going to be very quick. It was about the registration and protection of stateless persons, and allow me to make this distinction. People who have been forcibly displaced as a result of one or more of the grounds listed under Section 4 of the Refugees Act, but end up in Uganda on our jurisdiction and our territory, but are stateless, are received, protected, and registered by the Office of the Prime Minister in our partnership with the UNHCR. People who are on Ugandan soil and Ugandan territory, but identify or make the case that they are actually Ugandans, but the same is, what should I say? Disputed, thank you, that the same is disputed by the government of Uganda, fall then within the mandate of the Ministry of Internal Affairs, but specifically the Directorate of Citizenship and Immigration Control because of the Citizenship and Immigration Control Act. So those ones who are still disputing their nationality, are you Ugandan or not, those fall under Ministry of Internal Affairs, and then those who have been forcibly displaced and end up on our territory are then received and protected and registered by Office of the Prime Minister. Thank you.
Wow, my panel has been amazing. Don't we agree? I know we're hungry, but seriously, some energy levels, don't we agree? I'm going to ask that we give them a proper round of applause. You know that asante sana. 1, 2, 3, go. Guys, do you want me to stand up? We are hungry, but we need to motivate them. 1, 2, 3, we go. We got confused. Asante sana. Nyongeza tena. Thank you very much, Miss Peggy Ayesiga, Mr. Innocent Ndahire, Mr. Hannington Damlira, and Commissioner Mondo. We really appreciate the Refugee Law Project is forever in all of you. Thank you. As they take their seats, I would also take this opportunity to thank our online participants. Thank you so much. Our physical participants, thank you so much. We are going to have a 1-hour break for lunch. Lunch is going to be served at the lower restaurant, ground floor, opposite the reception. Coupons are going to be received at the registration table. Kindly receive your coupon before you go for lunch. And then I said lunch is going to be an hour. Our online participants, kindly log off for 1 hour. We shall resume at 3. Thank you so much. And then participants, if we had any question that hasn't been answered by our panelists, kindly write them down, give them to me. I'll ensure that the panelists find time during the day before we close off today to answer you. Thank you so much for being a great audience, online and physical. Enjoy your lunch. And asante sana, at least. Thank you.
Members, if you have gotten a lunch coupon, we are going to go down opposite the banqueting office on the other first building down there. That's where the main restaurant is. Bon appetit. Members, if you have gotten a lunch coupon, we are going to go down opposite. For those who want exercise, you can take the stairs up to level 0. Those who take lifts, you press 0, then you move out next besides the swimming pool, and then you'll be close to the main restaurant. For those who want exercise, you can take stairs up to level 0. Those who take lifts, you press 0, then you move out next besides the swimming pool, and then you'll be close to the main restaurant. Don't be worried of whatever you leave inside here. We are going to keep this room very safe. The room will be very safe. And please, if you came with a driver, inform them to come and pick their coupons so that they also have lunch. For those who came with drivers, please kindly, we beg you to contact them. They come and pick their coupons to have lunch also. And don't worry about anything you live in here. We are going to keep the place very, very safe. Thank you so much. For those who came with drivers, please kindly, we beg you to contact them. They come and pick their coupons to have lunch also. And don't worry about anything you live in here. We are going to keep the place very, very safe. Thank you so much.
Makerere University. I am
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back from the lunch break. And it's already 3 past some few minutes, if not 2 or 3. And I would request you to try to trace where your neighbor is. If you have his or her contact, please send them a text or call them that we are starting the afternoon session. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back from the lunch break. And it's already 3 past some few minutes, if not 2 or 3. And I would request you to try to trace where your neighbor is. If you have his or her contact, please send them a text or call them that we are starting the afternoon session. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. Please try to notify your morning neighbor. And please, we are starting in the next 1, 2, 3, 5 minutes to have deliberations this afternoon session of the regional conference, the 7th. Very unique from all regional conferences. This is about forced migration. By looking at the silos of human trafficking in the context of forced migration. Our dear beloved participants, please kindly take your seats. Fasten your belts so that we can fly to the next destination. Check. Check, check.
I read somewhere that King Sunny Ade had stated that he heard a piece of music and knew immediately that it was my sound. And that comment blew me away because to me, the greatest flattery that anyone could say was that I have a unique sound and that's what I'm working for. That's my goal is to come up with something that's different and my own.
Welcome back, welcome back, welcome back from this late lunch. We are sorry we went a little late, but let me hope the lunch was good and it has energized you to prepare for the following session that we are going in. Our online participants, welcome back also. Let's hope you had a nice lunch, and we are looking forward to your participation and engagements from the online platform. This afternoon, we are ready to have some of you, in case anyone wants to speak to the physical audience here, you just raise up your hand and we shall get you in so that we can hear your audio. This afternoon, we are going to have a panel on documentation and prosecution of cases on human trafficking. And this session is going to be chaired by Her Worship Evelyn Najuko. And I don't want to waste any more time, but to invite her to come and welcome our panelists and takes us on. You are most welcome.
Afternoon, everyone. You're welcome from the late lunch. I hope our tummies are full, but our brains are not taking a vacation and resting. As they've introduced me, my name is Evelyn, and I'd like to invite our panelists for the day. Online, we have Dorothy Omboto. She's an advocate of the High Courts of Kenya and the court's subordinate there too. Dorothy, she's online. You're welcome, Dorothy.
Thank you, Evelyn. I hope you can hear me clearly.
I would also like to welcome Mr. Emmanuel Triagenda. He's a settlement commandant, Office of the Prime Minister in Kiriandongo. So I believe we have a lot to learn from him, especially that Kiriandongo houses a number of refugees. And last but not least, with gender, they said ladies first. I'm sorry. Where is she? Grace Mukwaya, Director, Platform for Labor Action. I believe we can benefit a lot from her, especially in regards to forced migration and the topic we had right before we broke off for lunch in regards to trafficking in persons. You're all welcome. I hope we are ready to begin. In the interest of time, I think we're going to have our session for 1 hour. I'd like to begin with Dorothy. Dorothy, thank you for your time.
Yes, thank you, Evelyn.
Dorothy is going to take us through reporting and documenting of cases. She's a lawyer with a plethora of experience, a wealth of experience. She mainly specializes in social justice work, especially trafficking in persons in the case of Kenya. So she's going to share with us the cases she has handled, the challenges and the lessons she has learned. Dorothy, you're welcome. Please share your experiences. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Evelyn. So I don't have like anything prepared, but I would be referring to some flowcharts here once in a while. So when I'm referring to them, I'll be bringing them up. Let me begin by saying thank you for having me today. It's a great honor. It's a great pleasure to be in Uganda, and thanks to COVID, we can now be in Uganda while not there. Yes, so I know for the interest of time, because I mean the topic of human trafficking, even just in Kenya, is like really, really wide. And it's not something I can cover within the few minutes I'm given, but I also appreciate that my assignment today was at least narrowed down to the reporting and documenting cases on human trafficking within Kenya, and especially within the scope of governance and the research which has been done to that effect so far. So in the case of reporting, I will be referring to one of our government policies, that is the National Reporting Mechanism. And in the case of research, I will be also focusing on one of the latest research, which is a study from the National Crime Research Center entitled The Problem of Human Trafficking in Kenya. And to start us off, let me at least just take you through our legal framework on human trafficking in Kenya. So the government of Kenya has tried to really rely on the 4 UN principles which guide cases of human trafficking, that is prevention, protection, prosecution, and partnerships. In terms of the legal framework, we have, the framework is firmly rooted into our constitution, specifically Chapter 4, which is where our Bill of Rights is enlisted. And then additionally, we have several and separate legislations which are pivotal to the role of this framework. And this includes our Counter Trafficking in Persons Act of 2010. We also have the Victim Protection Act of 2014, the Witness Protection Act of 2006, and then the policy which I'm going to be delving into a bit, which is the National Plan of Action for Combating Trafficking in Persons in Kenya. So our act, which I will be referring to as the CTIP to make it easier so that I don't have to read the full name, the CTIP Act of 2010 mandates the Anti-Human Trafficking Advisory Committee. This is a committee which has been established under this act to provide guidance to the Cabinet Secretary responsible for women and children. And this advisory committee is tasked with establishing mechanisms to ensure timely, coordinated, effective responses to trafficking in persons. It also tries to put in place the necessary measures for rehabilitation of trafficking victims. And because I'm now addressing a legal panel, the legal remedies under this act comprise of prosecution, investigation, witness victim protection, and the legal representation. So when it comes to reporting and documenting cases of trafficking in persons in Kenya, we have a very, very elaborate guideline, which is government-backed. And just give me a second, let me split my screen so that I'm able to see you. Yes. We have a very elaborate guideline, which is government-backed and which is in the form of a policy. So I'll start at the point that our Victim Protection Act of 2014, it applies to any person in Kenya, irrespective of nationality, country of origin, immigration status, in protecting victims of trafficking in persons within Kenya. This is for any person. So when I'm starting here because I know we are dealing with a forced migration institution, or this program has been hosted by Refugee Law Program, which deals with refugees. So then the refugees who might be subject to trafficking in persons are well covered under the Victims Protection Act of 2014. But also, that act applies also to Kenyans outside its jurisdiction. And maybe before I go on, I'll just mention very quickly, because during the morning session, I was hearing people are grappling with the fact that is labor migration also human trafficking? Then I think it's very important to just highlight that there is a difference. There is a thin line, but there is a difference when it comes to smuggling and trafficking in persons. And I think this is specifically to labor migration. Smuggling, one thing which we'll understand about smuggling is it happens outside the borders of the country, and the person being smuggled is usually has given consent, okay, to go outside the country. However, smuggling can turn into trafficking. Yeah, but that is a whole topic for another day. So if you're grappling with that information of whether this labor trafficking or smuggling or whatever, then you can go and read a bit on smuggling. Yes, so as I continue, the government of Kenya under the Ministry of the East African Community, Labor and Social Protection, upon the advisory of the Counter-Trafficking in Persons Advisory Committee, has established the guidelines I'm talking about, which are the National Referral Mechanism for assisting victims of human trafficking in Kenya. These guidelines have set up a step-by-step guide, identify and refer processes in detail. So why this guidelines or this institution is very important is that all the actors, it involves all actors. This is state and non-state actors, whether you are an NGO, a CSO, whichever, it allows all of you to come together. How do they come together? They come together by signing an MOU, which has been given specific terms. And in the MOU, they are agreeing to implement the National Referral Mechanism, assisting victims of trafficking in Kenya. This is nice because it ensures that any information on human trafficking, irrespective of where and how it happens, right from the grassroots to the national to the global, and if it is reported, it ends up in one central database managed by the government of Kenya. So this also is very important because the quality of information is also consistent. I mean, consistent in that any tool, like the NRM has come up with tools like what is the procedure of identifying a victim of trafficking? What are the questions? You know, it has come up with those templates which each of these organizations or persons interacting with these victims of trafficking or presumed victims of trafficking use to enter this data. So this national referral mechanism has established many things, but I will just highlight a few. Some of them are the establishment of a managed, and it has established and they manage, the government manages a standardized referral registry. And then it has also come up with 9 basic guiding principles of identifying and assisting victims of trafficking, which I can't go into right now because of time. And it has also taken special considerations for children. So it has come up with 7 basic guiding principles for consideration when interviewing children. Another thing, it has come up with 3 sets of standard operating procedures, which are then used by these agencies. And the first set is the identification and referral procedures, which I will show you just briefly how the forms look like, or in a flowchart, how that looks like. And then we have the second set of standard operating procedures, which is the protection and assistance. And the third standard operating procedure is on return and integration. So, so let me just briefly share my screen so that you can see my flowchart. Yes. Okay, you need to allow me to share because it's not the host disable participant screen sharing. Let me request.
Can share the screen. However, in regards to time, you have about 5 minutes.
Pardon? Okay, so oh, okay, there we go. Can you see my screen? Is it visible? Hello? Hello?
So we can see the screen. However, the buttons are very tiny. If you could zoom a little bit.
Okay. Okay. Is that better?
Add a little more.
That's the largest it can go. Okay, so anyway, maybe if I can just briefly, quickly take you through it. So this is a flowchart on identifying victims of trafficking in Kenya. So you report, and the good thing about this system is that it is time-bound. It has given directives on timelines on when what is supposed to happen. So you'll see you report of a suspected or presumed case of human trafficking to or by a first responder. The first responders are people like police or where the victim is first identified or reports the issue. So then at that point, there is rescue and provision of emergency services such as health and security. Then the first responder then we will refer to the competent authorities. And here they will be using a form, a referral form, which they will then use to refer that case to the CA or the person dealing with the case. And this is done within 72 hours, okay? Then once that CA receives that form, there is an assessment of victim of trafficking. And this is where now the victim of trafficking then meets the first authority that will now take him through the interview to assess, to know, one, is he or she really a victim of trafficking and the needs he or she might need. So this happens then the consultation with the first responder. And even during this consultation, we have a form which is standardized, that is very comprehensive and was borrowed from the IOM that is used to enter this data. Then full screening and determination within 5 working days. As you can see, this also has a timeline. So there was the 72 hours, that is 3 days. Then at this stage, it takes a maximum of 5 days. If the victim of trafficking is confirmed, then a referral or a reflection and recovery of 90 days. Usually this recovery period is given to victims of trafficking because of the trauma they face, the whatever, to give them time. During this time, you'll be going through maybe things like mental health and psychosocial support to just get them to stabilize and so that we can be able to get into the next steps. Then we have the confirmation of whether he or she is a victim or not. And then at that point, we document and recommend for direct assistance, including criminal justice for the victim of trafficking. Of course, now when it's criminal justice, it goes into our courts and it takes the normal procedure of court prosecutions. However, cases of human trafficking are very unique in Kenya. The victims are treated. It is victim or it has a bias towards the victims. Therefore, it is very sensitive. The court cases are sealed, so to protect the identity and whatever of the victims. So it is very user-friendly to the victims. And then if it's not at the confirmation stage, it is determined that the person is not a victim of trafficking, the case is referred to other referral systems. Yeah, so like that is one of the documents we use. And I also just wanted to quickly highlight another good document we have, which is our return and reintegration and repatriation flowchart. So here, when if the case has been finalized and or whatever stage it is in, and the victim decides that he now wants to go back to his own country, this is also a government-led process, and this one will involve the victim's case file will be brought, and then the individual assessment of the situational will be done. And if the victim is willing to return and can return, then the family or the community is prepared to accept them back. Then we will inform and prepare the victim for return. The government organizes logistical arrangements, including travel, documentation, cooperation with organizations at the destination for safety precautions. Then the travel then happens. But now the government of Kenya does not stop there at travel. The victim arrives home in his host country. We follow up, then because we link with the victim to locally available services, and then we follow up and support if there is need. In fact, the government of Kenya has a fund, which is usually part of it, which I don't know if it has been operationalized yet, but part of that fund involves a kit, a startup kit for the person to use back home when it happens. In case this person is determined not to be a victim of trafficking, what happens? Or if the victim cannot return, then we identify other options and inform the victim of the same. And this option can include extended stay in the country or in a shelter, integration, resettlement, referral to appropriate service providers. So that is basically it when it comes to how we consolidate data on victim trafficking. But having said that, I want to say that the last report on the US report on the state, which categorizes or ranks countries and their efforts to combat trafficking in persons, Kenya was still ranked at tier 2 in 2023, meaning we still have a lot to do. We still have a lot of cooperation to do with our neighbors like Uganda. And hopefully we would be able to rank better come the next day. So some of the things which I know are hindering practice or implementation or bettering the human trafficking in persons laws is corruption, number one. And it has also been found that there's a lot of complicity amongst the first responders, especially the police. There's a lot of corruption and complicity. So it's being recommended that the law needs to, on top of the very punitive fines which we have, Kenya has a very high fines when it comes to if one is convicted with the crime of human trafficking, which is 30 years in prison or 30 million shillings, that would be around 750 million Uganda shillings, and or both. And the same can even be enhanced to life imprisonment. However, the international community is still criticizing this and saying that people need not to have that option of paying that bail while the matter is still being heard. So yeah, those are rooms for improvement. And the data as at, I think 2022, that is the latest data I have, the number of reported cases, I would be able to get that to you, but it is lost somewhere. I will find it, but it's about 40,000, 35,000 to 40,000 victims of trafficking have been identified in Kenya within that year. Thank you.
Before you disappear, from your personal experience as an advocate, we would like to know, yes. Have you been part of the team that has been able to identify, let's say, victims that are actually also being victimized? Let's say you find that the victim is actually being reported at police, say that they've stolen something, yet when you
Yes. Your microphone is a bit far, so I can't hear you clearly, but I think I got your question.
Yes, my question in that regards is that from your personal experience as someone who has dealt with the victims of trafficking in persons, have you encountered where victims have been put in conflict of law and you've tried to assist them out of that conflict when you are able to establish that they're actually victims?
Absolutely. Actually, like last week on Thursday, apart from my practice, where being in the law firm, I also volunteer as an advocate at the Kituo cha Sheria Forced Migration Program, where we deal a lot with refugees. So sometimes the police at the borders would be able to interact with me, or one of the organizations at the borders would be able to call me if they find people who, they don't know where they're going or whatever. So just last week, there was a group of about 25 people who had been, they were thinking they were part of, they were illegal immigrants. Actually, they were being charged with being in the country illegally. So when they called me, I was like, okay, fine. There are two scenarios which can play out. Either these are asylum seekers or they are illegal immigrants, but we cannot know this until and unless they go through our assessment process. So instead of having them charged or instead of having them being thrown in jail, why don't you, I encourage the police to at least let them, if they are claiming asylum, let them go through our Directorate of Refugee Services for screening and then for the appropriate action to take place. If they go through that process and they find that they are not asylum seekers, then the law can then take its course and we can be able to establish if they are victims of trafficking amongst them or if they are truly asylum seekers. So that's one of the latest cases I have encountered.
My next question is, what do you think Uganda is doing differently that Kenya could benefit from or could implement, or that you think how Uganda is handling the whole situation in regards to trafficking in persons that you think as Kenya you can benefit from?
Okay, I think one good thing about Uganda is especially when it comes to within the refugee framework, is the open door policy and how you handle your refugees, which can be a good and a bad thing when it comes to human trafficking. When it's like really open, it can then be a very fertile breeding ground for trafficking. You see, that is different to Kenya, where we have the camp-based system, where we are trying to move away from that, by the way. We are moving into the Shirika plan. We are trying to copy Uganda by having settlement schemes. And actually that is one.
So it's very welcome. It's something that you can
Yes,
pick up.
it's actually ours is called the Shirika plan, and it's one of the grounds, the pledges we are taking to the Global Refugee Forum this year, that we want to be like Uganda and remove the confining of refugees into camps. So that is one thing which I really admire in Uganda.
Thank you very much. Let's give a hand clap or a thunderous one for Dorothy. Dorothy, thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Evelyn, and thank you guys for having this. This is a very timely and needed talk. Thank you.
Thank you, much appreciated. I'd like to, with my next panelist, that is Emmanuel. I hope it's okay to call you Emmanuel, or I should call you Triagen. Yeah, thank you. And Grace, or I should call you Choir. Both are okay. It's not a weekend. It's okay. Anything can happen. Okay, then. Let's see. So, Emmanuel, can you kindly give us what the panoramic view of what refugee settlements entail? Like from your experience as someone who has worked in Kiriandongo, give us that view of what the refugee settlements are and what areas have you seen where trafficking in persons is exploitable? Sorry, what I mean is that people can actually, or these are rooms where we've seen that this and this happens, and this encourages trafficking in persons to exist. And this is what we are doing.
Thank you, Chair. Ladies and gentlemen, as already said by the previous speaker, Dorothy, that our policy is, although Kenya is planning to adopt it, that it can be either good or a very dangerous scenario for grooming human trafficking. This goes along with how does Uganda manage refugees in the refugee settlements? How are the settlements designed? How do refugees survive in their livelihoods? And how do they cope with the host communities? So all that is contained in my presentation are factors that will be potentials of refugee settlements being very good sources of forced migration in response to labor abuse. We proceed.
He requests to make he has a PowerPoint presentation. I believe we can give you at least 5 minutes.
That is too short, Your Worship.
Okay, 7 minutes.
So that is now an introduction for us to operate refugee settlements as opposed to other countries. I don't know which other country in Africa that has refugee policy settlement management. Refugees that come in Uganda, they are supposed to be temporary, but they later, due protracted wars at home, they end up being permanent residents of this country. For the time I've been with the refugee department, 26 years, we have not had any successful repatriation, voluntary repatriation of refugees. We took some Sudanese, hardly 2 years, they came back following us. We proceed. Those are the refugee settlements we have in Uganda. 13 of them in nature. From number 1 to 7, they are across the Nile. 8 to 13, they are in south and southwestern. And from number 1 to 7, those across the Nile, land belongs to the people and the communities. Refugees are settled with host communities, are located across the Nile, as already said, and northern Uganda, are predominantly occupied by South Sudanese. However, due to the current conflict in Sudan, some Sudanese have started arriving and are being received. Those ones in the south and southwestern, land belongs to the government, with the titles being kept with the Uganda Land Commission. Refugees are mandated to stay and utilize their plots of land allocated by OPM. However, some encroachers also penetrate into those settlements and establish themselves, which is illegal. As already said, they are located south and southwestern. The predominant of the nationality are the Congolese and others. However, Kiliandongo is predominantly occupied, although located south of the Nile. The predominance of the South Sudanese do exist with Kenyan remnants of 2007 election violence. Uganda's history with the receiving and the keeping of refugees and the numbers are that one. Already mentioned the biggest groups are the vulnerable ones, which the presentation focuses on. And these are women, children,
the elderly men and women. However, elderly women and elderly men are not potentials for this scheme. They are not rightful beneficiaries of this scheme. Can we go back? A bit. Uganda's history, no please. Uganda's history in hosting refugees goes as far back as 1945 and is currently hosting around that number. Most of these from the 1.5 are women, children, and the elderly men and women. These are vulnerable groups and communities that are the focus of the presentation as far as the refugee settlements being potential recruitment for forced labor. However, elderly women and men are not directly beneficiaries of the forced labor recruitment within the refugee settlements.
Part of people who take their children or give up their children up for sale or something, so they wouldn't that be direct beneficiary? You're directly benefiting from that act, because remember that trafficking in persons is two-pronged. There is the act, the purpose, and so that act itself is a direct the means. I have my children, they can get me some money, maybe a monthly pay. The child is not paid directly, but there is a direct beneficiary of that.
However, that one is, you don't become a direct beneficiary. You are a perpetrator of the process because you want to benefit.
So I'm directly benefiting from the act that I'm perpetuating.
It depends on the way you argue it. As long as now that we are not in court, you can proceed. How do refugees live within these settlements? The refugees are given a plot of land in the settlements for agriculture and shelter construction. The size of land given to them is 30 by 30 meters. This means that land is too small for any developmental and survival activities. The registered refugee children access education at primary level, and there is no obvious support to continue the education after primary. They have a right to access employment opportunities. The refugees share all services with the host communities. So protection, survival, welfare of the refugees are supported by different organizations. There are some of them mentioned. In the sub-introduction of the abused labor. Abused labor includes, but not limited to, those ones: no pay, little pay, child labor, restricted movements, sexual abuse, and threats of exposure, withholding travel documents and phones, isolation, socially institution, keeping the children in fear of seeking assistance, threats to arrest, psychological and physical abuse, working for long hours, hard labor, work without leisure, etc. Although it was said that grabbing documents of these workers is illegal, cases in Uganda here indicate these Indians now who have mushrooming industries, when they recruit you, they have to keep your documents so they don't escape. Regarding, as far as my refugees are concerned, money lenders, employers have taken away the refugee identity cards, the food ration, plus the attestation. Now you have gone to work. You have gone with those documents. The employer has kept the documents. The family at home will have to suffer when it comes to food distribution. We proceed. The settlements have free access and free exit. That means the recruiters, the refugees themselves can move in and out at any time. The borders, they are not defined borders, that this the settlement ends here, you cross anyhow, no checkpoint, etc. Freedom of mobility, already mentioned. Refugee settlements have a big numbers of unemployed productive youth, including school dropouts of both sexes. The refugees are given limited plots of land, already mentioned. That one has been revised to 30 by 30, not 50 by 100, as the land became scarce. All refugees in the country have been faced with food and cash privatization by a World Food Program, which has forced refugees to look for other alternative livelihoods. You heard of these Ugandan refugees escaping from some settlements going to Kenya, and the reason they gave was food privatization by a World Food Program in Uganda.
Now with that, my challenge with this program, the food basket and the cash program, like by World Food Program, is that it is not teaching the refugees to hunt. That is initially my challenge with it, that these people are given money. They are given in terms of cash, that this money is enough for you to do this. Now with that cut, the parents have to think outside the basket. Maybe what would be your challenge with that? Because to me, that is teaching the person to fish instead of giving them fish every day, because that's what World Food Program was doing, giving them fish every day.
Well, this one has become lately. Refugees in Uganda use it and have been depending wholesale on handouts. But due to donor fatigue, financial support dwindling, World Food Program, now when you become broke, you can decide to take any disastrous decision within your family. So this was an abrupt decision taken up by World Food Program due to scarce resources. However, partners have come in to teach refugees other survival mechanisms other than living and surviving on handouts. So the food cuts and cash you can have led some families to completely remain with zero, which is called categorization 3. This has forced some parents to desert the children and disappear to unknown places. Others have gone to Sudan. Others have gone to look for money within the host communities, and children are left at home. So what do children do when they hear of somebody coming to look for laborers to go and work somewhere else? The settlements, our settlements are well versed with road network communication, telephone lines, anything. There is no news you can keep secret. A recruiter can make a phone call and he connects to all the people he wants within the shortest time. Proceed. We are now back home. I have a living example now, which is that one, and the reference is that one. It happened on 28th, on the 28th of last month. The victim was approached by a recruiter for a maid being wanted by a friend. The recruiter hired a motorcycle to take the girl to the employer, and she ended up being sexually harassed, abused. She narrated the story to a friend who helped her to escape, reported the case at police, and arrests were made. These arrests, this is Kirianongo now where I am. The 4 people were arrested. The 3, the recruiter, the transporter, and the perpetrator. Now the task for refugee project in Kidiandongo now. By over the weekend, they were still at Kidiandongo police. And you have heard what those said, that Uganda Kenyan police is very corrupt and anything can happen. And this victim is incapable of following up the case without any assistance. So with that reference and any other further consultation, I can reveal other facts which are confidential. I couldn't put the names of these people in this representation. Proceed. The challenges within the refugee settlements. The offense is a new phenomenon that is not properly understood by the victims and therefore is not reported at all. Long court adjournments is access to court, and bail has made complainants lose interest within these cases. My refugees, when it comes to that one, financial constraints, they are able to follow up those cases. Victims or relatives are more interested in the compensation rather than prostitution. Thus, suspects compromise victims, which follows the whole process. Most cases are handled by the traditional courts that are established by the clan leaders within the refugee settlements. Refugees lack sensitization on the offenses associated to child labor abuse. There is a difficulty in breaking the syndicated of illegal recruiters who work from both within and outside the settlements and the country. Lack of resources, finance to follow up cases already mentioned, transport to court at other times, and transport to follow up the perpetrators. Prearranged forced marriages by the refugee communities within the settlements and in their homes. NB, with all the above, the refugee settlements are potential recruitment sources for labor abuse. Can we move? That is a revised list of October 2023 showing the number of persons with special needs, where the vulnerable groups fall. You can look at children at risk, but these are all the settlements in Uganda, with the exclusion of Nachivari and Isinje. They were not captured. So when you look at the numbers of women at risk, unaccompanied or separated children, the single parent, serious medical, our interests of forced labor, you can look at the statistics and see how dangerous it is within the refugee settlements. I thank you for listening.
Applause, please. Again. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Emmanuel. I believe you've addressed most of the things that I wanted to ask you in regards to the challenges that you're facing. In regards to what maybe I didn't get was, what do you think like the Office of the Prime Minister could do better? Because this is its docket. That from your personal experience, you felt that this is supposed to be within your control, but it's not within, and you could have done something, but you're facing a certain constraint.
Let me ask who used to be my legal consultant on refugee integration, Innocent, help me, because you have been there. Although I'm taking you back. But what do you think we should have done to make the situation better? Assume you are taken back to OPM.
Your worship, kindly come repeat the question because
in light of your work with the Office of the Prime Minister, what do you think, or what do you feel OPM should do or should address so that you can do better in regards to the refugees? Why you've been in the field, you've worked, because you're the foot soldiers. I'm trying to break down the question. You're the foot soldiers, you're the ones on the ground. There are certain constraints or challenges. You feel like, if my organization could do this, maybe we would do better and I'll be able to serve in such and such a manner. I believe he's scared of answering, but since you're out of OPM, the repercussions are fewer.
Okay, I will attempt. Still, I'm working with IGAD as I told you, as a country coordinator for Uganda for forced displacement and migration issues. So technically, I'm actually the expert advisor for the Republic of Uganda on those issues. I think for Uganda refugee situation, one, Uganda is hosting the highest number of refugees in the continent. And looking at that means they have a lot of needs. If I can check quickly the current needs, I think this is November when you look at, because each year the country at 100%, that means the 70% remains a gap and the refugees have to cope. And this coping can stretch to even negative coping mechanisms, which stretches to the discussion we're doing. So what we need to do, we need to look for more support for the government of Uganda budget to the refugee response so that it's able to meet. You've had like the food ratios. Right now, the food being given is extremely little. Two, when you look at issues of maybe the health services, that means the support being given is very little. When you look at the capacity, if you talk about the staffing, that means where probably 10 staff members are needed to respond, we're having 3. What are the consequences? So we need as a country, the Republic of Uganda needs more support so that they can be able to fully meet these needs. Of course, there is also a need to reduce this population. And how are we going to reduce it? We have to address the root causes. We have to see more voluntary returns like we are seeing in Republic of Burundi, where Burundian refugees are going back home. So if South Sudan probably can also get more stable, and we have, because South Sudan refugees constitute the highest number of refugees here, I think they're about 700,000 out of the 1.6. Then would see the reduced number, which would in the end also help reduce this pressure.
Thank you. So in short, you're saying better budgeting, or maybe more budget or consideration in regards to the refugees, a reduction of the concentration camps, or refugee settlements. I apologize for that. Like, but reduce on the concentration in the settlements. And yes, basically
refugees, addressing the root causes so that refugees can start returning home, and we have a number that is fairly manageable.
Are there opportunities to allow these people to work outside? Because they've raised an issue in regards to education, that it stops at primary level.
Yes.
Is that possible? Are there opportunities to have maybe better education? Because better education opens more doors for you. It may not necessarily open them automatically, but it gives you better opportunities. I see a hand up, please.
Yeah, there will be more, but all those are being done. If I can say, all those are being done. Education is being accessed. Health services are being accessed
beyond that.
beyond up to tertiary level. Maybe the difference is that primarily they are benefiting from the universal primary education, while at secondary and university, they pay school fees like any other nationals, which is also below the other foreigners. So, but that still, how many can afford to pay the school fees if our own nationals are struggling to pay the secondary and the university? So that's why you find we're appealing for scholarships, but they are not adequate. They are not enough. Then livelihoods, I think Uganda has a national response plan on jobs and livelihoods. It has a national response plan on education. It has a national response plan on energy and environment. So they are quite a lot, but all these response plans, the challenges, they are underfunded. There are no resources to them.
We have just two hands. I think we can combine, given that
Hear from her first before we open it up.
Okay, then I apologize. Grace, let me handle you. But given that you are given short notice, do you want to go through? Do you have something prepared, or we can go through as a question and answer for you? So, what are the indicators of trafficking in person that you've noticed, or the things that stand out for you, and how are you able to identify that these are victims of trafficking, especially in regards to the fact that you're a director of Platform for Labor Action, so you deal mainly with people that are really, and there is room for proper exploitation, even in adults, in regards to trafficking in persons. What are your identifiers or indicators that this person is actually maybe a victim of trafficking in persons or something along those lines?
Trafficking in persons involves mobilization of somebody, either adult or child, through deceitful ways, fraudulent or forceful means. That means for you to identify somebody who's a victim of trafficking in persons, they should have been exploitation. They should have been either led into situations due to deceit or exploitation or that sort of thing. And when you look at the crime of trafficking in persons, sometimes, as the lady from Kenya already alluded, you'll find the victims sometimes smuggled, whereby smuggling, they collude with the perpetrators and they go, whereby at that point, they are both committing a crime. But eventually, they fall into situations of trafficking in persons. So those are indicators. If you're deceived to say whether you, for instance, Platform for Labor Action works on labor and employment issues. That is, we promote the rights of vulnerable and marginalized workers. So you'll find in many cases, the survivors or victims who come to us are those who are exploited in labor situations. That means somebody will leave, say, Karamoja to come to Kampala.
Have you had cases
with
of
a
that
view?
nature?
Yes. Or a child will be brought into Kampala that I'm going to take you into school. Reaching here, they are made into a domestic worker.
Is
And
it
then
okay
the
to
situation.
share one of your profound experiences or something that threw you back, that shocked you? Maybe this person is from maybe a refugee camp, they were brought to Kampala, maybe she's 16, she's working for someone, the person has not paid her for 8 months.
We have several of such cases. For instance, at institutional level, we also do child protection. So you'll find we've had over 600 children from last year alone taken into school. All these were not necessarily all of them victims of trafficking in persons, but some were children, working children. But many of those, let me say, by like 100 plus, were victims of trafficking in persons. But these are either relatives or family friends or neighbors who bring them to cities, different cities, either Iganga or Kampala or Mpigi or where, with the promise of taking you into school. And in terms of this, you'll find that these persons, much as they are within traffic situations, they feel this person is helping me. So it makes prosecution almost impossible because they won't be able to sustain. This is their cousin probably who's supporting the family back home is the one who trafficked. So you'll find getting the evidence to conclude, to reach conclusion of these cases, it becomes problematic.
Okay. In regards to trafficking persons being both, it can be domestic or transnational. Have you encountered any transnational cases? Maybe you've had people who have gone, we've been talking about people who go to Saudi Arabia. Have you had those instances?
Yes, we get many cases of that nature, whereby we work with many times with different, we partner with an NGO, for instance, in the Gulf region called Migrant Rights Organization. On several occasions, they will call us, Grace, there is a Ugandan here. What do we do? This and this is happening. And then you approach Ministry of Gender, Labor and Social Development or Internal Affairs so that they can take on these issues. Sometimes we are able to see NGOs that can assist in repatriation of these persons, and then cases are taken on. But in most cases, you'll find the person would have left Uganda as a visitor on a visitor's visa to see a friend. Then they reach there, they change and start working, and then they fall into issues of trafficking persons. So it becomes hard for you.
Before we go further beyond that point, we had an earlier moderator who talked about that if you go there, they may not be able to protect you because what you've done is illegal. Does that apply to Platform for Labor Action as well? That if you go there, yes, you're a victim. You've gone there, maybe you didn't know that the people who have taken you may not be licensed, or maybe you're unaware. Maybe you're from the refugee camp, the food baskets, money has been chopped, and you need to find, and someone is telling you there is money here. Come, we go. Indeed, you actually bought the plane. You go, and then things turn. Is that where you come in? Or
it doesn't matter how you came to be exploited. We use the international standards of the person, which is the 4 Ps. You protect, you present, you prevent, you prosecute, or you make partnerships. So you have to understand trafficking in persons. We've done a lot of trainings of also duty bearers so that they can be able to understand, to support these victims. Because at the time when you fall into situations of trafficking in persons, you cease being somebody who willingly put yourself into, because you went for economic gains, but you found yourself falling into a victim of trafficking in persons. So the issues for the advocates, for the lawyer, for the social worker to understand that actually this person is a victim at the end of the day, and then offering the support they require. And in most cases, actually, all organizations who have had to come into, we've partnered with, they've had to, those sentiments of, oh, she was smuggled or they colluded, cease to matter because they would have been.
At the end of the day, what is important is the human life at the end of the day.
Yes.
So what challenges have you encountered while you're doing that work? Because now, from your explanation, you're not just working here within the borders, you're working even beyond borders,
yes,
extending your hand beyond borders. So what are the challenges that you face?
Partnerships.
Yes.
Yes. The challenges, of course, the major one is insufficient funding, because just repatriate a person, you have to have money already planned there. And in most cases, it's never there. Then also in terms of the others would be the staffing levels, because once you're into supporting victims, there is no time limit. Somebody will call you as late as 10 p.m., 8 p.m., and sometimes you don't have anything to do. You're like, oh my goodness. So you have to have people who can support. So the referral system is also very important, because the resources are always constrained, both staff, both resources in terms of money, in terms of staffing, but also the other issues of corruption, which we always leave out, because you find how do, okay, there are those issues of corruption, which is also another thing. And also, of course, you'll find also the perpetrators are sometimes related to these people. So the people whose interest are some of the issues Emmanuel has raised.
Emmanuel raised a pertinent point about codes that I will address, but in that regards, when you talk about you've interacted with them, you've faced challenges of funding, do you, and also you have a challenge of human resource, do you have counselors for yourself and also counselors for the victims?
Yes, another challenge, if even I answer that, is also the continued recruitment, illegal recruitment of operation of illegal recruiters, because they've continued, because you find there are people who go to work in proper ways, that they followed the proper channels of recruitment, they've gone through licensed and registered organizations or recruitment agencies, and reaching there due to the internet, as you've heard, they are taken out from either homes or from those.
Because in Dubai, we've heard of those Biyumba. Has anyone heard of the Biyumba?
Yeah.
They're called houses or Biyumba, just they're called Chiyumba. Yes,
Chiyumba.
for the sexual exploitation.
Yeah, they are taken away, and then the moment they are illegal in these states, then the exploiters really exploit them, because now you don't have anywhere to report to police, you'll be imprisoned. So probably there is also need to create awareness around that with the host states where these people will find themselves exploited. Now I will go to your second question.
In regards to counseling for yourself, your human resource, and also for the victims as well.
Yes. We have sessions as lawyers because many lawyers within the organizations are not, they didn't bargain for this, in terms of the persons who come with so much baggage and you have to deal with it. Some people will find themselves traumatized. So there are counselors for that, and there are sessions also for coaching and mentorship to make you aware of and to cope, to make you cope, but also in terms of the social workers as well. Yes, they have those sessions where it's also resources in view when resources are available, because it's not necessarily on a daily, but yes, they are there. We get external people to be able to support them on that journey, because indeed it can be traumatizing.
True. And what lessons have you learned in regards to the trafficking in the context of forced migration? What from your experience, what have you learned that you could share with the rest?
What I've learned, the crime itself of trafficking in persons is a human rights crime, meaning it's victim-centered. Being victim-centered, for you to follow up on the perpetrators, it's after you've tried to rescue, to restore dignity, to ensure the security of this person. So in most cases, we'll go on to say that, oh, there are fewer prosecutions, but in most cases, we need to understand that trafficking in persons is a human rights crime. So you have to first ensure my dignity is okay, I'm secure, before you follow up on the actual crime. That presents its own problems, as we've already discussed. Then also another issue we need to look at in terms of another lesson learned, it evolves while we are here talking about these issues. People in the audience, some of them are traffickers themselves. So they learn all the whatever measures we are planning, they are also party to them. They are aware. They are able to say, oh, these are the tricks they are setting. These are the traps they are setting for us. And they evolve. And for them, they really can network. Whereas with us, for instance, few people would know what PLA, for instance, is doing, what refugee law can do, whereas we are all together working on a similar issue. providing similar solutions. Whereas for them, they know we have to do this, and they are in constant communication. They
I
are very
agree with
good
you.
communicators. So we need to be aware of that and also set up our own reinforcement to ensure
I do
we
agree
deal
with
with
you
that.
in that
Mm.
regard, given that I don't know why, I don't remember where I read it from, but it said that most times the perpetrators surround themselves and put themselves in the vicinity of their victims. What do I mean? Like, the defiler will not go and work at a lodge. He'll find a school because that's where the children are. He'll become a teacher. He could become a police officer, maybe, because we had recently a lady who went to report and instead she was assaulted. So sometimes your enemies are nearer than you think that they are. And that is the sad reality that we face, not just for the women, but for the men as well. Because anyone can be a victim. The perpetrator has no face. It doesn't matter what gender the perpetrator is. So in that regards, we apologize for, yes, please.
But also the lack of information or awareness by everybody, especially people, I can say religious leaders, community leaders, local council leaders, because these are some of the people who refer these persons to job connectors or to the would-be traffickers. Why? Because they are doing it to support, because the level of need in our communities is so high. The level of economic needs are so high and they are increasingly more. So people are not, that's why even the victims at the end of the day, they are unable to tell you, oh, Emmanuel, can I use your example? Oh, this gentleman is the one who told me to go work here and then I ended up in this situation, because they genuinely believe this person was hoping. And if they speak to them, they are able to say, yes, he was just helping me, but this person. And so the bigger fish, the people who are actual traffickers, are usually not revealed to these persons. So we are dealing with the symptoms that the tap is open, but you're mopping the floor. So maybe there is need to really dealing with the, yes, for the ultimate traffickers, but the chain, we are dealing with that chain, the persons who are just connectors, sometimes through ignorance, sometimes knowingly, because they are given your 50,000, your 20,000, but that's the actual benefit, people who benefit from this craft. It should be made too expensive that you know that if I'm caught, even the 15 years being proposed should be more probable eventually.
In regards to knowledge,
thank you.
My life has taught me, one, that you cannot hire domestic help that is below the age of 18. That is an offense under the Trafficking in Persons Act. And anytime you're appearing before the High Court on aggravated human trafficking, I think that is information. If you didn't know, now you know.
Even the Children's Act proposes that, because domestic work is a precarious kind of work.
So it's an aggravated crime. Children should be in classrooms and not in the kitchen cooking food. I'm not saying it's bad to learn how to cook food, because cooking food is a life skill, but they should be in the classrooms. With that, I pray to open up the session. 3 questions from the audience and 3 from online, so that we can save time and we can beat peak hour.
Thank you very much, our panelists, for good presentation. These are good topics, which I think we need to push it further and must have further discussions. I was a refugee and also a rebel when I was 11 years old. When I can analyze from my childhood, Up to now, I think nothing much has changed in handling refugees matters. One thing which has not changed up to now is the issue of the law of the refugees. I think refugees is not defined well. The law says refugees, you will be a refugees until when you go back to your mother country. Recently at a bigger forum, I asked UNHCR and World Food Program, as OPM is doing its work, what does the law says about the refugees? When you say refugees will not get food, who is responsible? In that regard, actually, if refugees' eyes are open, they can even sue UNHCR and the government because it is the responsibility of the government and UNHCR and the World Food Program in their case. So my discussion here is that I think we must really define refugees again at the international perspective. The second thing is how are we managing refugees selectively in the whole globe? Refugees in Ukraine is handled differently. Refugees in where is handled in Germany is handled recently. If you are refugees in Ukraine, you are given mattress, a house, and what, and stuff to cook. But refugees from Congo and South Sudan is given maize and beans. Is that not abuse of human rights? So I really need the international globe to discuss this matter, to change the word refugees to another thing. The other area is in East Africa, I believe South Sudanese, Congo, these are all East Africans. Why are they called refugees? Thirdly, why are these people not given opportunity for job, for employment? Why are refugees subjected by Ugandan law, and yet they are in East Africa to get a work permit before you're given a job? Is it not a time bomb for us Ugandans and East Africa? Because, first of all, these are educated refugees. Then why are we educating the refugees? Refugees with PhDs, refugees with master degrees, refugees with bachelors, refugees with diploma, refugees with, but they are not allowed to do what? To get job in this country. Who is responsible for this answer? Is it OPM? Is it capable enough to answer that question? I'm not so sure. So at the eager level, I think some of these issues must be brought up. If we're in East Africa, the issue of first of all, because we are saying refugees, we are giving this service, we are giving this education, health, etc. But when to come to job, it is restricted. It's an issue, and it is a time bomb, in my opinion. The other thing, my understanding of refugees and where I'm working now, is the issue of land. I think at the international level, the international community should get a land. How can somebody be sustainable, having good food, good wife, good children, good work, when you are sitting on 30 by 30 meters and you don't have food? Will you really produce? Or you are indirectly saying refugees will not produce more children now? It's a bit difficult for me to understand some of these things, though I'm in the government. But really, let's have land for refugees, negotiate globally. The global organizations should buy land for refugees. Because the first thing as a human right, as a basic, is food, shelter, etc., etc. But now if there is no food, no shelter, no job, definitely you will be thinking of causing another havoc in your country as a rebel. So this issue of human trafficking, the way I can see One, we need to expand the mobilization and sensitization, and we strengthen the existing institutions like police, like immigration, like settlement commandants in the LCs, so that these people are identified from the grassroots. In that case, I think we shall address fairly for some time the issue of refugees. I beg to submit.
Thank you so much. Actually, you've answered some of the questions I was asking, that what do you think OPM could do better? I think addressing the issue of discrimination and the issue of land is also very pertinent. We appreciate. There was a gentleman at the back there. He had a point. This lady and then that gentleman.
Okay.
Then here. Okay.
Thank you very much. So my first question is, can we...
The question is directed to
the lady.
Okay, to Grace. Okay.
Yes, to Grace. Can we characterize the street children as climate migrants and thereby sort of giving them maybe an internally displaced person's status, which then maybe makes them get some rights that might accrue to them in that regard? Because if someone leaves because of food insecurity, that's a climate matter. Can we characterize them that way? And then the other thing is related to, again, the children who are begging on the streets. Earlier, one of the panelists talked about the ordinance, the KCCA ordinance, and actually Napak district also has another ordinance which is similar for someone who was asking about ordinances from different places. And I keep wondering, okay, if I give 1,000 to a street child and I'm fined, can KCCA at least take the initiative to arrest maybe some of the Karamajong elders who are receiving this money? Because I'm the middleman. There is someone who has brought them, he's giving orders, these children are getting money, they are giving it to them.
The act is discouraged.
So the act is discouraging me, but then I am looking around and wondering how many of these elders have been arrested and prosecuted so that the whole system works.
Can I answer that? You are the business. When you give that child 1,000 shillings, that man knows he can bring more children. That is why they're punishing you, to discourage you from enabling this vice. You know, sometimes you can have a friend who is an alcoholic, but you're enabling your friend by taking them to the bars, putting them in environments where people drink. So when you have that kind of situation, every time you give that child 1,000, there are 10 people like you. That's 100,000. Is that 100,000?
It's 10,000.
10,000, sorry. It's 10,000. But then there is one, the manager, who is watching from a distance. That money doesn't and never benefits that child. There is a man who collects and knows that every day each child is supposed to bring 5,000 or 10,000. If he has 10 children, that's 50,000 per day. How many people do you know who make 50,000 per day?
Well, I think
how many?
My issue might be, yes, it's a problem. So if you're moving around, probably do not give those children money. But at least as a person, as someone in the citizenry, I would also be encouraged if there's at least one prosecution of one of those elders. I've never heard of any. Surely the machinery that KCCA uses to do very many things in this city, some of it could be passed on to actually arrest and prosecute some of these people. And then I'm going to make reference to two cases. Mid this year, there was a judgment against agents of Middle East Company. And if you've been following, there's been issues around this particular company and in relation to human trafficking. And it was a human trafficking case, which was where there was a conviction. I'm just wondering, from your experience, do you see change in particular companies where their agents have been prosecuted? Does it make a difference? Because someone asked me, so what has happened? What has changed? If someone's license is taken away for 6 months. Is that enough? Does that help? Has that changed anything? Then the last one is a case that was decided in September. I don't know if you heard about it. It's Uganda versus Amid Hassan, and it was on there's a gentleman who traversed a particular district, and he convinced parents that he was taking children to go and study, but he was recruiting for the ADF. So I know this two-pronged, that sometimes mothers are giving birth just for the ADF. That's there. But then there's also parents who are deceived and their children are taken. And in this case, there were, I think, 12 children, 4 months to 12 years. So you can see that, I don't know what the baby was going to do in the war, but that happened. What's your experience? How are people reacting if you get such cases? How do you handle them? So that's what I wanted to learn.
My goodness, we had the other gentleman. He's raised his hand for some time now. Okay.
Thank you. Thank you so
but
much.
Please, as soon as you're done, please, the other gentleman. Then
Thank you. Thank you so much, Chair. My name is Adventino. I have a question to Comrade Emmanuel. Yes. So you mentioned that this is really interesting, that we have not had a successful repatriation program. And you mentioned that most of our refugees end up being permanent residents. I wanted to ask, are you mentioning this as one of the achievements of the open door policy, which I want to think about as is, or are you mentioning it as a way of saying that the open door policy has a problem? So how are you thinking about the fact that we are transforming many people from refugee status to permanent residents? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mine is in regard to what my boss or supervisor submitted. When you look at refugee work since 2011, if you look at that trend, finances have been reducing each year that goes by. Now, to answer your question, your worship, you asked, aren't we creating a dependency syndrome to the refugees? The answer is no, we are not. If we are to track how much food the refugees grow and how many people they feed in this country in terms of selling food, you will be surprised. I hope with the coming of the Food Authority, they will be able to track such produces. But as a result of, as well, the ever-dwindling finances of funds, with the wisdom of OPM to the implementing partners, we are realizing a change in the way they are implementing. You realize now they are giving to be collected 14,000 for the entire month. Now, how much your lordship? That is your airtime on one day through data, right? But they are giving it as food for the entire month. So how are they surviving? With the wisdom of OPM and guidance, partners have been redirected to change the way they are approaching this crisis. One, they are looking at financial literacy trainings to these to the persons of concern. Very many organizations have resorted to training of refugees in different hands-on, like hairdressing, craft making, mechanics, And if you go to these garages, you'll be surprised. You will not differentiate between a Rwandi who is a refugee and a Ugandan. Both of them will be speaking the local language and you will not tell until when you go into a deeper conversation, this person, that's when they will disclose to you that they are actually refugees. Yes, in the face of the challenges of funds, my opium has reached much when it comes to the refugees. For instance, you walk around Kampala. If you enjoy if you saloons, talk to those guys. You will understand that much as the policy we have right now is primary level, but there are other avenues that have been put in place to address such challenges. Maybe my supervisor again, Armitage, will probably add on that.
Okay. Thanks very much, Murumba. All the calls are connected actually to trafficking. I have another case in line which I was responding to, but it's not for today's discussion. I would say the chairperson of the session, you had some question you posed to my senior government officer, where you said they have not been taught how to fish. I think it's what you tried to expound on. A lot has been done. Ministries have been put together into sector working groups to make sure that the refugees have stable household income and food security in their homes. Actually, even the private sector foundation is being brought on board through the Ministry of Gender and Social Development. Then at settlement level, we have sector working groups that are sitting every month to coordinate the livelihoods of refugees. So all that is done to make sure that the refugees are self-reliant, to avoid being duped all the time, promising them pet jobs to just let them get out of the settlement. But for sure, at settlement level, we have been having those cases on trafficking back to South Sudan. Those cases are on record at police, others at the region, the DPC's office at settlement level. And because of all this, some of the stations, the police stations at settlement level, they are no longer outposts. They are now stations equal to the district, so that they are able to handle so many, to expand on their scope of work, to improve on the coordination when it comes to human trafficking. That's what I can add on.
Okay, this gentleman. But before you give it to him, as you're approaching him, I think that is what I was asking. Are there avenues of teaching them how to fish? And you've talked about it, the salon and whatnot. You're teaching them to be self-reliant, which I think is a step forward to financial independence. To me, I think OPM, in my personal and humble opinion, that OPM is doing a very good job. And now the financial literacy trainings, the equivalent of teaching someone how to fish. I hope we're on the same page. We're speaking the same language, but maybe it is Spanish and French, but it's the same language. Yes. No, this gentleman, please. This gentleman.
Thank you, Your Worship. Much as I may advocate for my colleague as well to contribute, if you may, before I can
contribute before.
Okay, thank you. Your Worship, I'll draw attention back a little bit to what Grace was articulating earlier on. You asked, how can you identify a victim of human trafficking? I felt this is very crucial, and just to chip in there as a contribution, how do we identify the victims? This is also something that authorities fail to do. The first responders also fail to do, and this is where you find maybe the police mixing a possible victim of human trafficking, maybe for just a case of defilement or as a just child labor or labor exploitation, and they leave it at that. But again, also for the public, failure to identify the victim is also very pertinent in, you may say, promoting the same vice to continue. So just briefly, one, they are very simple, but also need attention. Observation. You observe the person. Through observation, there's a lot that you come across. Observation will lead you to things like demeanor, which we call body language, which explains a lot. It can also probably tell you what this person is going through. And if you may ask, maybe they will let you know. Maybe they've not had a meal, or they look tortured. You can also go ahead and find out. Also, of course, physical appearance. The other would be access denial. While working at the airport years back, sometimes you would see persons moving with others, but again, they're not allowing them to speak. Probably they're not even allowing them to access the counter. Even this can happen locally. Someone denies the children from saying anything. You ask a question, they want to respond. Some of these should be identifiers and probably for possible human trafficking. So what do you do in such situations? I always say, please intervene. If you cannot intervene by yourself, report to the next authority. Report to the camp commander, report to the police authority next to you. And in so doing, we also have to pay attention to respecting victims' rights. This speaks into how Senior Comrade Emmanuel was mentioning, how some of these cases, the society wants to end them by negotiations in form of compensation, which is not right. You haven't respected the right of the victim. You don't know whether they feel that so-called compensation is actually enough to restitute them to their previous status. It is so wrong, but it is happening, even at police stations, even when it comes to the so-called social or cultural leaderships in these communities. They come in and they want to impose and do all these things, but it's so wrong. We employ a victim-centered approach, like Grace put it, that the victim first, the victim interests first, for us to protect, to rescue, to assist and support the victim. So I really wanted to put that across, but Your Worship, I also have one that I would wish that you address. While
Me, I'm the chair.
Yes.
Sarah. I don't understand. Okay, let's see.
Okay. While conducting a map out, a national map out on possible routes for trafficking in persons, I think we're in Busia district. We realized from the cases that were closed by the courts that actually the punishments that were given, for instance, more specifically for aggravated trafficking in persons, were so lenient. And to me, and to the investigating officers, it was so painful to see that someone commits an offense of aggravated trafficking in children, and they're only penalized with 400,000 shillings, Ugandan shillings, 400,000. Our colleague Dorothy in Kenya mentioned that for such cases, people are going on to serve 75 years, okay, or 75 million shillings. How then, I don't know how this comes about, but we noticed that in some cases, not very few actually, the leniency is too much. How do we arrive at this? Yet the act is actually very clear.
The law has never been clear.
Well, the Prevention of Trafficking in Persons Act, the punishment is right there.
What is the punishment?
For instance, for aggravated trafficking in persons, in children, life imprisonment, for instance.
Death.
Or death. That is also today.
When was the last time anyone was executed in Uganda?
Of course, no one. But Your Worship,
1998.
Your Worship, I wish that you pick this up, because I personally looked at the files showing the sentences after the conviction for someone to pay 400,000 shillings after defiling and trafficking a child. Very unfair to our children. Lastly, I would like to speak into my colleague Innocent mentioned when we spoke about root causes. How do we address root causes of forced migration, for instance? Yes, addressing this is actually a long-term process, because that means governments have to engage governments to create synergies of peaceful coexistence within and outside the boundaries for our people or the refugees or forced migrants to be able to move back home. So, but in the meantime, what can we do? Yes, we've made sure that forced migrants in the country coexist with us, but we still have to be cognizant of the fact that we don't want to see the host communities feel refugees themselves, right, in their own country, because of the pressures of resources being scarce, because of the pressures of competing for what is existent, which may not even be enough. We, my Ndugu LC5 chairperson mentioned work permits for refugees, but think of it.
Uganda is not taken as priority. And I think Grace is speaking to that. I think that it's very disheartening when you're a case worker or a social worker of any other worker or a lawyer, and you come across these cases of human trafficking that are so devastating, and emotionally you fail to address that. I think that we need to expand our discussion on mental health in the discourse of forced migration and human trafficking. I will also say that quite often when human trafficking happens, we always think of the immediate victim, who is the person who has been trafficked. Guess what? There are multiple layers of harm that have been caused. And I think we are losing sight if we fail to recognize those. Think about a spouse whose partner has lost their organs due to organ transplant. What's the gravitating impact of that to that person's well-being? Think about the friends when you go missing and they are hovering between seeing you again or never seeing you. I think this cannot be underestimated. The burden of mental health challenges, as one speaker stated earlier, about 14 million Ugandans are estimated having mental health challenges. Who knows how many of that, what is that percentage of the forced migration or refugees that are represented by this figure? I think it's a question for us to ponder on. Secondly, my second point is, I think like we have narrowed this discussion so much to limit looking at externalization of labor into the Middle East as the main route of trafficking. I think that there are many other windows we've not seen or we've not discussed. Take an example. Of late, in the recent years, we've seen many of our skilled labor force in the ministry, of medical workers living in large numbers to Trinidad and Tobago and countries like Canada just to seek for greener pastures. If indeed it is a cartel in trafficking, wouldn't one be wise to think about what that could mean in terms of trafficking? Could that be exploited as a cartel of skilled, since we've said that this habit is perpetrated by people who have a lot of resources and who have might and power? Isn't it prudent enough for someone to think about those who have actually left in search of greener pastures but could create cartels to exploit others? I thank you and may God bless.
Thank you so much, Subi. Let us have one person from the online. And once again, I'd like to apologize for the delay in time, but we are wrapping up. We're almost done, and I appreciate the patience.
I hope everyone is hearing me. Well, thank you very much. This is Okello Peter, but we are as a team from Y Global, staffs and the peacemakers. Let me go straight to the point. There are other children who always come to distribution point. They came without their parents, and their explanation was their parents, they don't know where they are, and the parents are registered in the attestation card, of which they always come frequently. Every month they can come and they give the same reason. What could be okay? What did OPM do to follow up where those parents are exactly? That is one. Two, is it really a human trafficking related issue or not? Thank you very much. Lastly, I appreciate the other government worker who really emphasize on refugee issues. We are really lacking a lot, and he has analyzed how refugees are living in Uganda, and more especially in Kriandongo, because we are now in Kriandongo refugee settlement. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you so much. I think we'll go back to Grace. Before we go to Grace, Chisenyi, is it Chisenyi or Chigenyi? I apologize. Chigenyi, in regards to sentencing, it's a question of discretion. And then in regards to aggravated trafficking in persons, the jurisdiction is based solely with the High Court under the new law of Trafficking in Persons Act. I think that's the 2009 law. Yes, because the maximum sentence is death. So that puts the jurisdiction or places the jurisdiction with the High Court. Maybe that is something we need to sit down and ponder on, because like all systems, I think those are areas that we can address. Grace, you had a number of questions and issues that came up, and the floor is yours.
Thank you. I'll first address the lady. Sorry, I didn't get your name. Julia's questions. She wondered whether the children who are on Kampala streets and many other streets in Uganda are climate change migrants, and whether the solution should be those of due to climate migrations. There are several reasons why children are on the streets. One of them is, of course, trafficking in person. They are trafficked from their region to make money for somebody. And the issues would be, how do we, your real question, because I also wouldn't answer that, I don't know, but it should be that we do more investigations, or the authorities do more investigations, and all other stakeholders, including internal affairs, to see who are these perpetrators really, because they must be known. I don't think you can be bringing 100 children. Where do they come from? Probably we should be able to prosecute, including the drivers of these children from the regions, the chairpersons, and also the parents who do not report when their children disappear. There are all those things to know. In terms of the ordinance of KCCA, why they take on you, you're known, you're there. So, and you know the law, you've been told. So it's easier to deal with you who is keeping the vice on the streets. So it's valid. And another question was in terms of the agencies of Middle East. Please, I need that question recast. Sorry. Okay. Yes. Okay. Thank you. For instance, when you look at the Trafficking in Persons Report 2022, it reported that Ministry of Gender, Labor and Social Development closed 12 recruitment agencies. The closure of that, the year 2020, in the year 2021, 2022, they had never closed any recruitment agencies. In terms of doing businesses, the other recruitment agencies put themselves in order. You'll find that the agency, because in most cases, the traffickers have been reported to be agencies or agents of these recruitment agents in the communities. So they've been made to register due to fears that I can also lose business, because many of these companies which they deregistered are not in business up to now. When you look at Middle East, it used to be the largest recruitment agency. It's not working for all this time since 2021. And it's the business owners are in prison, or they are still following up. If they are out on bail, if they are not yet convicted. Yes, but their businesses have never been the same. The businesses. So people put themselves in order, and there are changes that have come up in view of that. You'll find many IOA, Minister of Gender, Labor and Social Development, GIZ, Internal Affairs. They are doing a lot of, including Platform for Labor Action, Refugee Law Project. There are many trainings coming up for these recruitment agencies so that they can understand their role in business and human rights. So this helps. So there are changes that come up when this happens. And in terms of the case, I know I've heard of the case, but we haven't handled any of such a case at my level. So I think that answers your questions. I don't think there were other questions, Tony. Thank you.
Incidentally, I did not move with the notebook to take note of your concerns. In case I become unable to respond to you, feel free to remind me that I'm still here, not satisfied. However, as a few ones I can have memory on, my brother had a concern of me stating that they end up becoming permanent residents. The natural phenomenon of refugees is assumed to be temporary. It's like somebody comes to visit you for a limited number of days, and the fellow continues extending the period of stay. So I was talking about it as a challenge to the dwindling resources. As the longer they stay here, the more they produce. The land their own is limited. The resources are dwindling. So it's a challenge. The kids end up not getting enough services. They also end up being both the parents and the offsprings end up being victims of the topic of discussion today. The issue online was child collectors at food distribution centers. To my own understanding, these children come to us open and tell us, I've been to the food distribution, they have denied me food. My parents went back to Sudan. How do you want me to survive? We intervene to the extent to see that the child gets food, but there is a limited age. If you are below 18 and you have no permanent alternate, you will not receive that food. And once you miss the food of WFP, even if your parent comes back, the food has already been allocated somewhere, even the cash. How do you expect now these children to survive? The situation in that household becomes a disaster. Otherwise, the children themselves, they know where the parents are. And to our own understanding, the political instability in Southern Sudan has reduced. Most old people are back home grazing cows. When women want to conceive, they go for the process. They even deliver kids. When she comes back, she found already she has been deactivated in the system. Did she complains that me, I went for food, my kids are on the list, but I'm not there. What happened? I went to Sudan to look for a baby. Now I'm back with my baby. Do you deny her right to go and be pregnant by the husband? But we have no right of activating somebody who has crossed the national borders. You stay there as you are, because it is illegal for you to go back home and come back. You are not a tourist here. The issues Chairman Five mentioned: land, employment, food. Those are national and international policies where I am unable to comment. Any other that I have not responded to?
Somebody also commented that there have been no change in laws since he was a child of refugees. Actually, there have been a lot of changes, progressive changes in the laws. I think someone else can. Refugee Law Project can go into details of what has changed in the law on the refugees. Thank you.
I think in that regard, I think
Even
Dr. Patricia will take us through that in her closing remarks. In that regard, we'd like to close the session. So we'll start with the one closing remark from Dorothy. You have 1 minute, then we can have one from Grace, and one from Emmanuel Triagen. So Dorothy?
Yes.
Yes, 1 minute closing remarks.
Yes, thank you. I've been following, and those are quite interesting perspectives and views coming from Uganda. I think it's also a benchmarking kind of process for me. I'm now thinking, is this open door policy the best thing? We are about to come from the fire into the frying pan into the fire, because clearly my senior there is very passionate, and I do believe those are like valid points and valid challenges for that. And we all know that the refugee situation in Africa or East Africa has been protracted, and then that comes with all those problems. But I just want to say that it is so good, and maybe just as a way forward, there's an attendee who was talking about the Karamojong elders, the ones who are thinking that maybe you need to punish both sides of the coin. And I think that would be helpful in deterring or curbing the problem of, these children coming back to the streets every time to beg. So I think there's kind of a valid point there. And even us, regionally, in addressing this trafficking in persons problem, I think we need to go above and beyond what we are doing by, one, making the punishment more stringent. I'm in shock that a court in Uganda actually issued only 400,000 Ugandan shillings as a fine for aggravated human trafficking. That for me is like unbelievable. But that just goes to say that corruption then exists also in our judicial systems. We must address those. In Kenya, it's 30 million minimum, not even the maximum, that's the minimum. So we can learn from each other in these things. And Uganda can, of course, adopt the NRM system of reporting. Then that way, regionally, we'd be able to have numbers, knowing exactly how many people are moving, because these people just move from Uganda, Tanzania, it is in the region. Wanajua nikitoka Uganda, I go to Kenya. Kenya is a transit, I go to South Africa. So yeah, let us collaborate and end this thing. Thank you so much, and I'm so honored to have been here today.
Really look into all of you who are aware to do more awareness in your community. We use, in civil society organizations, we use the peer system where you're supposed to inform 12 households, 6 on your left, 6 on your right. If everybody in this house went on and created awareness on issues of trafficking just in your locality to those households, you would have done your role. When we look at the issues of trafficking, for instance, when you look at the Trafficking in Persons Report 2022, you will see numbers are increasing, because 2020 we had 257 victims nationally who were reported at a national level. 2021 we had 710. What does that mean? It means either the level of awareness are increased, or the traffickers are clever, people are increasing, or people are reporting more. So we need to know that the traffickers are not sleeping, so we shouldn't also be sleeping. It's a considered fact. For effort, we need to really try to fight the vice, because on the level of internet, it's now happening even for people who have traveled or who have gone to work in normal ways, in clear channels. But also we need to understand the difference between trafficking in persons and people who migrate safely for work. Because even you can choose tomorrow to go and work in Canada, as long as what you do is orderly, it's productive, and it's done in clear ways. There shouldn't be any problem, as in for you to migrate. The issues come in if in the process of your movement, you're marginalized and you end up in situations of trafficking in persons. Thank you.
OPM fellows here, I have received a concluding question, but I've failed to make what is looking for. The question goes, what is OPM doing to differentiate resettlement created stories and serious protection concerns? This confusion is making protection intervention very light and disappointing to refugees. Some of these cases include child custody, trafficking threats, harassment. Innocent, help me to interpret this. Because for us as OPM, we don't handle settlement. And I repeat the thing for you. What is OPM doing? Although you are no longer there, but you have ever done it. What is OPM doing to differentiate Resettlement created stories and serious protection concerns. Full stop.
There is someone here to answer.
Let me hope the one who wants the answer will be satisfied with your response. And you don't blame OPM, as we have said, we don't handle resettlement.
So I work with the Refugee Law Project, and this opinion is solely mine, coming out of experience of the work done. But I'm sure persons from OPM will strongly align themselves with it because this is our daily work. So on a daily, we receive cases of different persons who will tell us that they are in need of protection. And our role as officers who are offering such a service is to listen to the clients and take what they tell us because that is their truth. We were not there, so it's not our truth, it is their truth. Once we have established that a claim has been made, we do what we call a testimony. A testimony, in short, is we take a background check of this person. We get to know where they came from, why they're in Uganda, and the instances as to what they are saying are causing their protection issues. Once this story is understood and filed, we'll then forward it. We usually have protection meetings, so we'll sit in that meeting and look at that those particular facts in detail. So currently, UNHCR, of course, with assistance from OPM, does process resettlement alongside a few other agencies. So we'll submit this file to the necessary agency. They will look at it, divulge deeper. The individual is called in for an in-depth interview. It's from the facts that you present at that in-depth interview that the case is then assessed. Because, for instance, if you're saying that maybe people are following you, do you have any evidence and things like that? Do we have phone calls that are coercing you or harassing you? Can we maybe reach out to MTN to see if we could access these details? Of course, going through all the necessary legal instances that are needed. Okay. And then once that is done, then the file can be forwarded to for resettlement, for a consideration for resettlement. But it's key that all the forced migrants understand that resettlement is not a right. It is given at the instance of the availability of slots in the available third countries to which they will be going. But even though resettlement is not granted in all cases, the Office of the Prime Minister always ensures that protection services are offered. Protection could simply mean that you're taken to a safe house. It could mean that you're relocated from one settlement to another if you're facing challenges in settlement A, or that you're relocated from the urban to the settlement or from the settlement area to the urban. So each case is judged on a case-by-case basis. However, OPM, you can add anything.
No, you've explained it. You've packaged it very well.
Does OPM agree, Innocent? Perfect. We needed to make sure that the person online hears from an OPM person. So thank you.
On the matter of OPM handling resettlement cases, from the time I've been there, I've never sat on any resettlement interview. However, for us to offer those minor protection methods.
Chair, are we taking in more?
No, we are
Their
done.
hands behind.
No, we are done. Is just that is support for Emmanuel. Only just support. Only one hand as support for Emmanuel, and Emmanuel closes this session.
The microphone to my,
Not a question.
to my
It's
support.
support for Emmanuel.
Who is your support?
That vote is very valid. And I need it for the success of my presentation.
In connection to patient's submission, if someone says the resettlement on medical grounds, there are certain procedures. In Uganda, we have the medical board for the nationals that before you are taken out, the medical board ascertains that that condition is really there. Now, for the refugee part, we have what we call the medical referral committee. This medical referral committee consists of a consultant from Mulago, or a consultant in that particular discipline. Let's say you have a congenital heart problem. the consultant through that medical referral committee must first of all ascertain that truly Joseph has that condition. 2, can that condition be worked upon from Uganda? If it can be worked upon within Uganda, then there's no resettlement. So the story of resettlement, it must be verified. Even when the partners handling this medical referral committee finish their report, this file is then taken to UNHCR for further scrutiny. UNHCR in turn sends this file to IOM. Now, IOM invites Joseph for another interview besides what the partner presented. So the doctors or the consultants being employed by IOM also have to verify the story that has been given by the medical referral committee. Now, after that, that is the file is submitted to the different respective baskets for the countries. It is the country that chooses, following the confirmations that have been given by a series of committees, that truly this person needs a medical procedure that has to be probably worked upon from a different country. Joseph can give his story, but it remains his story until it is verified by technical people in that field.
Thank you so much, Emma. I think you can now close.
Allow me to give brief conclusive remarks to all the supporting partners. But the biggest challenge I've experienced with working in the refugee settlements is lack of information regarding the topic today. Emphasis, resources should be diverted to sensitization of the refugee community, of the host communities, including the law enforcers in these rural areas. Otherwise, I thank everybody for today's participation. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Emmanuel. Thank you so much, Grace. Thank you so much, Dorothy. Thank you so much, our dear audience. I appreciate the patience with us. Can we give ourselves a thunderous hand clap?
In an organized way. Asante sana.
Thank you so much, Alupo. Thank you so much, my dear panelists, for being an amazing team, for working with me. Yes, on short notice, and I appreciate it, Grace. Thank you so much for the organizers. I believe we have some takeaway points for today. I appreciate the audience. The audience has been very supportive, also knowledgeable as well. And thank you so much. Have a good day. And let us give ourselves one more final hand clap, because I'm very happy.
Okay. Another hand clap as they take their seats. Thank you, Your Worship, for moderating the session. It's been excellent. Extremely excellent. Clap for the session chair again. Are we getting dehydrated? We have water. Okay, without wasting more time, allow me invite Patricia team to come and give us closing remarks. Miss Patricia Tim from the School of Law, please come and close. And before she gives her closing remarks, tomorrow is day 2. Please come at 9. Whether it rains or not, try to be here. We're going to have other interesting conversations tomorrow. Someone was speaking about mental health and human trafficking. It would be good for you to be here and listen. The role of media in communicating cases of human trafficking. So let's be here on time. We start early so that we end early.
Okay, I hope we've all understood understood and heard very clearly the instructions from Susan. So good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. All protocol duly observed. I know right now the energies are down and you're probably eager to go for probably a cup of tea or water to restore energy, so I will not be long. I have a simple task, which is to really just formally close the session. I bring you greetings from the School of Law. I know my senior colleague was here earlier in the day, Dr. Tusasere Benson, who is the acting deputy principal and principal at the moment. I know he also brought you greetings from the School of Law and some words around or some information around the whole concept or theme of this dialogue around the silos of human trafficking in the context of forced migration. The Refugee Law Project, as you were probably told, is a department of the School of Law. So we have a committee of about 7 members who are the board members of for RLP. They are lecturers or academics, senior academics, including myself, who constitute the board membership for Refugee Law Project. And the practice also, which is a good practice, is for we as board members to also be part of these processes, such events, activities that RLP is implementing. We are very proud of the institution because it makes the department, the School of Law, really shine, and also the university at large, because the activities run by Refugee Law Project actually fit very well within the strategic plan and objectives of the university as a whole. One of our missions is to reach out to the community, transformative learning, learner-centered engagement, and these are the different parameters that the RLP activities are really premised in. So we want to thank, on behalf of the School of Law, and the board, I want to thank each and every one of you for making the time to be here since morning. We want to thank you for the contributions that you have made to this discourse. We want to thank you for the work that you are doing in your different capacities to improve the lives of refugees in the settlements and in the urban areas. And we encourage you to continue doing so, learning from each other, dropping the negative practices and adopting the positive practices that are beneficial to ensuring that we preserve the human race and uphold the rights of all persons, including refugees and forced migrants. Before the chair of the previous session left, she left me with instructions, which I'll gladly follow, to highlight the laws that relate to refugees and forced migrants, because one of the members maybe thought there was no law, or the laws, maybe his point is that the laws are archaic and need to be revisited in light of the changing circumstances of the time. So just to make sure I deliver on that instruction, Your Worship, I'll just highlight a few of the instruments. I'll start with the national laws for people to go back and revisit. And I probably think I wasn't here for the first session handled by Peggy on understanding the legal and policies framework on human trafficking and forced migration. But just to recap a bit, we have the Constitution of Uganda, as you well know, 1995. We have the Refugee Act of 2006. Supported by the Refugee Regulations of 2010. We have also the Internally Displaced Persons Policy 2004, often known as the Kampala Declaration, but it's relating to persons, internally displaced persons. Those also become important in the discussion of forced migration, because they may not be refugees, but there are people also who are internally displaced from one region, the Karamoja. We were talking about the situation in Karamoja. They are displaced to Kampala, they are ending up on the streets. Those are internally displaced persons within the boundaries. They are not refugees. So this also becomes that. We have the Uganda Citizenship and Immigration Control Act of 2009. Then at a regional level, when we talk of regional, we need continental, the African level. You can address your minds to the Organization of African Union Convention governing the specific aspects of refugee status in Africa. It's 1969. And the AU Convention for Protection and Assistance of Internally Displaced Persons, 2009. Those are the regional instruments that we can take benefit of. Then at the international level, you can look at the 1948 Universal Declaration of Human Rights, the 1951 Convention relating to the status of refugees, and the optional protocols there too. There's also the 1954 Convention relating to the status of stateless persons, and the 1961 Convention on the reduction of statelessness. Of course, speaking trafficking at a national level, we should not forget the prevention, is it the Prohibition and Prevention of Trafficking in Persons Act. We should not also forget the Prohibition and Prevention of Torture Act, because from the deliberations we've had here, some of these victims, survivors, end up in situations of torture, and they must be protected. Perpetrators must be prosecuted, and remedies must be provided, or reparations for the survivors and the victims. We have the Penal Code Act also, which for Uganda lays out the different offenses that can be committed by a person within Uganda. You traffic somebody from Karamoja to Kampala, you sexually abuse. Mr. Emmanuel was telling us about somebody who was sexually abused in a situation of trafficking. So a perpetrator in that regard violates many laws, violates the provisions under the Penal Code Act, because there are sexual offenses laid out there, violates the Prohibition and Prevention of Trafficking in Persons Act, violates human rights of that person that are stipulated in various instruments, including these ones that I have just quickly laid out to you. So I hope, Your Worship, that I'm now discharged of that obligation. Thank you, most obliged. Now, in addition to that, I would like to really thank members. I think when I listen to Dorothy, the best practice from Kenya, we really need to do benchmarking and appreciate what our neighbors are doing in order to tackle this vice of human trafficking, externalization of labor, but that is causing problems to our citizens. My brother from immigrations, you talked about, when you were speaking, I was listening carefully about your measures of identifying a victim, and you spoke of observation, you spoke of putting some questions to the suspected victim or a suspected perpetrator, etc. But I think more standardized tools, like Dorothy told us from Kenya, would also be helpful. We need to look at those tools that Dorothy, the Kenyan government uses, the referral pathways that we are seeing from Kenya that are government-led. Those are initiatives that really we must take benefit of, learn, and also implement in our regard. Commissioner talks about the situation, Commissioner Mondo, the situation of externalization of labor and labor entities. And we know, for me, I think the problem lies also in investigation, inspection, and mechanisms, international mechanisms to really follow up the implementation and compliance with these bilateral agreements that Uganda is entering into with other countries, plus the licensing of these institutions that are engaging in externalization and so on. They must be inspected, they must be monitored, we must have mechanisms that quickly respond to a call for help. Almost every week you will find on your WhatsApp, those social media videos, you will find there is somebody crying out for help because they have been trafficked, or it was a situation of externalization of labor. And then we try to forward it to agencies that we know, but then I don't know to what extent they are then followed up effectively to ensure. I've heard of a few cases where people have actually returned and successfully, though with injuries. I've heard of, I think, 2 cases of death, and even the bodies are not brought, those kinds of things. But I've also heard of successful cases, because like our brother from IGAD was saying, it's there are also some successful cases where the arrangement has actually provided employment, income, and changed people's lives. Yeah, so the push factors. My colleagues were carrying out a study last year on the externalization of labor and its effects. And I attended one of the interviews with one of the respondents, who had been a lady who was working in these other countries. She was keeping a goat shed, something like that, grazing the goats and so on. And when she was asked, are you still willing to go back to work? She said, yes. What the circumstances in Uganda push us to go back. At least there I'll earn my 1 million or something in the region of 900,000, which is about what, $300? Yeah, for our international colleagues. yeah, and if I'm to work in Uganda as a house help or because she was uneducated and so on, I'll earn barely like 100,000, which is about how much? About $25. So the push factors are there, and as a state, we must address the push factors. So that we scale down on those going, and we must ensure that mechanisms are in place to monitor, inspect, and protect the lives of those who end up going because they must go either positively or otherwise. Emmanuel also shocked me, Mr. Emmanuel, with the statistics that he showed us here, which was very good. And I kind of looked at that one because that one with children or persons with disabilities in the settlement, 5,000 plus persons with disabilities in the refugee settlements, all susceptible to abuse, children at risk, about 170 something plus. And in my up and down movements in the settlements, I've not yet found an organization, for instance, that is focusing on children with disabilities or persons with disabilities in the settlement specifically. Maybe I've missed them, but maybe they're actually not there. And yet this is a group that also has its unique needs. They have intersectionalities in terms of vulnerabilities, and therefore their unique status must also be addressed so keenly and prepared for, and programs must provide for them. When you talk about the World Health or food, WFP cutting down the rations of food, giving people money, how about these persons with disabilities? Are they receiving? What are the risks that they are having with that kind of condition? So that is a group that we also need to take very keen interest in. And maybe, I just don't know, but I'll ask Susan and anybody else here to let me know if there is a group working on that, in that category of persons in relation to persons with disabilities. The OPM talked about a sector working group to improve livelihoods. They are there in every camp, something like that. I think also next time we need to give enough time to share some of these practices that are, these positive practices that are taking place, so that we learn, adopt, and deepen the good practices. Because if OPM has strategies that they've adopted that are improving poverty situations, combating child labor, combating what is it called? Parents abandoning children in the camps and running off back to where they are from, or just abandoning the children there because there's a push factor of poverty, livelihood, the need for money, etc. Then we must create sessions where we allow for the sharing of actual best practices that are taking place that we can adopt and utilize. When I move around those camp settlements, etc., I come from Gulu, I've traveled to Lamu, Ajumani, most of northern Uganda I have covered. The west, I've gone to Bundibujo and so on. You find a lot of vast land, not cultivated, etc. If there is need for food in the settlements, is there an arrangement where we can, instead of the refugees settling on just a 30 by 30, those small pieces, yes, there can be an understanding so that this vast land which is not being cultivated is cultivated by under some arrangement where you're not depriving the landowner of the land, but you're utilizing the land to produce food, ensure food security, labor, employment, etc. for people engaged in those farms. And as a country, we need food anyway. So we need to think maybe out of the box and see practical measures on how to have interventions, because our colleague has said he was a refugee. Now he's a civil servant enjoying the SC, but nothing has changed in refugee status since he was a child as a refugee to date. Yes, the laws may need reform for purposes of the changing circumstances, but interventions must also be revisited, and we examine which are feasible, which need to be dropped, which ones should we embark on to ensure food security for all, to ensure, because when food is produced from a farm, everybody will buy, sell, eat, host or refugee or internally displaced, etc. Ensure employment. How do we get into those arrangements and provide and make really interventions that create significant impact and social transformation for the people, so that every year when we come here to attend these the conferences, we are seeing transition from point A to point B, in terms of the refugee settlements and refugee management, not just in terms of laws and policies, but also programs in place either by non-state actors or state actors that are effectively creating very positive results and transformative results. So the judiciary, your worship, has stepped out, but it's true. When you say somebody sentenced 400,000 shillings for really child abuse, it's obscene, it's not right. So Dorothy said, yes, it smells a rat, that maybe there is corruption. Maybe corruption, it might be that the judiciary also needs training and enlightenment around these issues so that when they interface with such cases, they are able to identify. They do not just take it as any other, because even because of lack of really knowledge in these areas, you may not think of it with that lens, and you pass a sentence which to another person who knows these things better looks so absurd. And yet for you, you thought, because you did not look at it with that lens, you thought your sentence was okay. So we need to engage with the judiciary so that they understand, they learn to identify in between the facts that they're really, they're dealing with also many cases. So somebody, you think it's just assault and you pass it that way or something. So they need to also be trained, enlightened. We did some training for judiciary quite at the beginning of this year on disability rights and access to justice. And many of them actually testified and said, oh my God, have not been sitting in my courtroom and thinking about the thing. Somebody does not come or somebody is not in court, and then you adjourn the matter. Yet the person has probably failed to come to court, or you dismiss even because the person is physically disabled, has a physical disability, and is unable to get up, climb up the stairs. There are no lifts in some courtrooms, and is unable to access the courtroom for proceedings, and you've dismissed the case. So in some instances, it's a question of also retooling, retraining the judiciary, the judicial officers with some of these information indicators, identification techniques, and so on, so that it opens up their minds as they deliberate on some of these cases and handle them in a more conclusive and appreciative manner. So, ladies and gentlemen, with those few remarks, allow me formally close the session, and I wish you a lovely evening. We are still here with you tomorrow, so I'll not wish anyone journey masses. Just enjoy Kampala. For those of you who are from out of Kampala or out of Uganda, we are always said to be warm people and friendly, so please enjoy all that we have to offer. Thank you very much, and have a lovely evening.
Thank you so much. Just a final loud applause for Patricia. And since she has closed, I'm just making simple administrative communications. Just to remind you, tomorrow we're starting at exactly 9 a.m. And why? Because we want to finish early for those who are going up country can still travel if possible. Tomorrow, please kindly don't forget to come back with your name tag, with the program, as well as your notebook, because we don't want you to displace the information you wrote today, because we are just going to add on where we stopped today. And tomorrow, please don't forget, the discussions tomorrow are going to be very important and so wide, looking at issues related to mental health, but also media. Related to payments, those from upcountry and transport refund and others have been reliably informed that we are going to do that tomorrow. We are very sorry, but we all RLP staff, please, only those who are online, we shall let go, but those who are physically here, we are going to stay behind for a short debrief so that we plan better for tomorrow. And before you move out, please kindly reach behind there. We have a signature chart. Append your signature there so that you commit to what we have agreed, or maybe what we shall agree tomorrow, but also have a desk behind there having a lot of IECs. information, education, and communication materials produced by RLP. Look at them and find the ones that you may think you can use in your office or share in the community. Please take them and they'll be good. Allow me stop there and wish you the best of the evening. I remain Molondo Apollo, and all members, participants online, we love you so much and wish you the best. And remember, we had audiences from Kenya, Swaziland, Rwanda. They have been on, and we hope tomorrow we shall have many more. Thank you so much.